Good evening, everybody. Getting a little bit closer to start times, but still starting late. Excuse me, I kind of timed. So I left work more or less on time. I was late for the time that I started, but sort of within the time that I normally set for myself. And I actually arrived after when the stream would normally begin. So clearly, I need to do some work in terms of just getting my hours under control, and then maybe reconsidering my transit. One of the things that I've been doing because my like I've had really full days, and I do tend to be just sort of get into work, cram through it, go home, and then very often stream. One of the things that I do try to do is get a bit of a walk in. So like it's nice to just get off at a earlier station, and I mean in my case it's a very far away station. And I like that. I mean, I think that's good, especially because the only thing I'm really doing as far as a stream is concerned is talking about the game and hopefully having original ideas. And the thing is that walking's really good for that, right? It's a little bit like how if you jump in the shower, sometimes you'll have original ideas. Likewise, going for a walk. I think Nietzsche had said, not to trust any ideas that are not had by walking. Um, but it does. Hello, Zerogdri, you're first in today. And always very memorable with the emotes. But yeah, so it's one of these things that like I do in an indirect way. I actually think I sort of can justify it as a streaming thing, but I also appreciate that it does create some difficulties in terms of starting on time, and I am at least conscious of it. I realize that I can't always make everyone happy in terms of my start times, but I want to try and at least get back to what I used to have, especially because obviously my start times are earlier compared to what I used to do in Vancouver. But I do notice that there is a new update. So we went from 10J3, I believe we're now on 10J5. So welcome to Hush House Tips. These are in the loading screens, but from the FAQ department. If you're new to Book of Hours, you may not realize just how far you can zoom in. Playing on Steam Deck, we're not verified yet, but switching, from window to full screen will help. Read everything. Everything! Patch 2024 10J5. So some of these will already be material that we've covered, but I think we want to, I do think we want to just read all of it. So The Wonderful Shape is now a Dawn book. Rest of the Sweet Bones. Winter Message now only displays in winter. Tooltip on First Day Ticker no longer flashes. Tuned some of the sounds in the Wisdom Tree. If you completed a standard ending more than once, it will no longer display twice in the ending screen. If you've created a complex lighthouse ending with different values more than once, it will still display multiple times. Chinese and Russian versions of the closed village buildings now display correct highlight images. Added some guard logging code that might help with that bloody high contrast settings crash. Fixed an issue with the unfettered eye, where Hokabald would sometimes be inspired under the wrong circumstances. As far as House of Light updates are concerned, Olympi's heist option is available even without a fiddly memory trick. The Beehive won't offer the upgraded Beehive recipes by default anymore. House of Light St. Tentreto's altar is consistent about its requirements after a change. This one I think is deliberately ambiguous. Spencer no longer confuses down for out. Mushroom Meringue now... Sorry, I keep forgetting this one. Mushroom Meringue now correctly causes regret. Avenues of Inquiry have a less misleading no incident just now message, and in new games that message will occur only when there are no incidents at all. The endless struggle against typos remains endless, but it proceeds. A slight tweak to Arthur's request for one of the Deoris versions to make it clearer what version he wants. Rowena's Burden will no longer cause the convene action to loop frighteningly. Some work to make founder names localizable in complex ending screens, which happily also put a correct hyphen in Aladim. Echidna is now blocked from attending salons in both of her modes, and added a note to make it clear that Yorkshire pudding does not qualify as pudding. Welcome to Britain. Enjoy the weather. And actually, it's neat here. So I did not realize that we could make Yorkshire pudding. So that's going to give me a that's going to give me something to figure out. Here we go. Welcome back, librarian. Everything is remembered. Hush House endures. The game is loaded successfully. All right, we've got Coquille's card. We've got all of the invitations. Oh, yes. Okay, I remember now. So I was going to try and move Coil and Chasm up the tree. All right. So here's the plan for the day. I'm going to... excuse me. I'm going to get Coil and Chasm leveled up. That's going to put the Salon sort of a little bit later in the queue, but I can justify that because the overall plan here is to actually... I want to try and have as many elements of the soul, especially with regards to core, given the fact that because we'll have so many individuals invited, it's a big salon. I'm going to want to have as many elements of the soul available to get this done. So the justification for the later salon is that I have the potential to get more out of this. And then, of course, the drawback is that I may sort of overdo it. I may wait too long, and then, you know, I'm wondering how I'm going to make everything sort of work. But we will persevere. And we also have a new room. So there's a couple of reasons why I wanted to get this nice and early. And this is a couple of good names inside here, but I'm a little conscious of the fact that some of the people who visit are actually playing Book of Hours for the first time. So I never want to change the playthrough too much. Like, I think if, you know, in the end, when you're watching a stream, you sort of accept that there's going to be the potential for some material ahead of time. But on the other hand, little things like finding out who the new king is, or you know, other little details like that, it's nice to save some of that for someone who might be interested in it. So where I can, like, I don't put like a spoiler mark on everything, and I don't you know, I don't poll everyone every single time, but it's nice to just be able to check in. So in this case here, this isn't something that I would normally do a major I do like a major check for, but there's a couple of things about this room in this particular playthrough that are very helpful for us, and we'll get this out of the way right now, and that way when we have a few familiar faces come by who maybe don't want to know so much detail, we won't need to talk about it. So we've finally opened it up. We have got the Crucible Tower Governor's Quarters. In this room, the governor was Collars the artist, Collars the dreamer. It was a side of him that almost no one saw, especially when, after the death of his wife, he grew so much more solitary. That said, there is a connection to be drawn between his enthusiasm for sculpture and his ambitions for his human subjects. So in this room we've got another phonograph. Now this used to be the only phonograph. Collars generally preferred his devices to be as gleamingly modern as possible, but he preferred phonograph cylinders over the newer gramophone records. The cylinder, like the records, exemplified ingenuity and reliability, repeated the desired sounds, but they also could be consigned neatly to a cubbyhole without causing any sort of fuss. We have the librarian's stool, the sculptor's bench, labor seriously. Arsenic, a poison sometimes known as the message of the swan. Armagnac d'Ise. Armagnac can only come from Gascony, but if you believe Monsieur Courtin, his vineyard began with vine cuttings from Yves beyond the sea. We've got Lady Tryphon, a very old portrait in the Byzantine style. And Gervinus van Loren. This bust is cast in highly polished bronze. So we know that Gervinus was the librarian before us. Curate the busts. I'm actually curious about one thing. So if I move this, so I'm curious what happens if I... Interesting. And finally, we have Towards a Fundamental Aesthetic, or The House of Glass. Julian Cosley considered this his masterwork. This book houses a Newman, a truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. So this is a pretty special book for us. This will also be the first This will be sort of the first text that houses a Newman that will read, most likely. But it also means... I actually think I'm going to take the time. So we've got the Rowanarium. Once there was a brother and sister who loved each other greatly. They resolved that they were one spirit. Actually, you know what? I don't want to pile all of the secrets in at one point. So I was waiting specifically to get that book to get the other one, but I actually want to hold off just because I do think that it's useful to sort of unfold the information as we go. So I wanted to double check something here. I'm wondering, there might be a way for me to sort of cycle through the lighthouse, but I'll worry about this later. Sorry, I just saw something on my phone I want to make sure isn't scary. Yeah, we're fine. Okay. So... You've got the charred chamber. The iron door here stands ajar, but it still glows faintly red even after all these years. This is not a natural heat, and there is no entirely natural way to quell it. So winter moth or knock will do the trick. We're not quite ready to handle that. Well, maybe. We'll see. We definitely have a lot of Solomon's preparations. We can make more. But like I said, the next little while, I'm going to digest the Orchids and Narcotics lessons, and then I'm going to find a way to hopefully get some more core. I don't want to focus so much on the outcome as just a general path through the Tree of Wisdoms, but obviously core is a bit of a priority here. So the only thing I can do right now is move forward. I am probably going to spend some time to work out a game plan for Coil and Chasm, because it is actually going to take some effort to make sure that it that I use that in or that I get all the memories that I need. So I need Nectar and Scale, and if I recall correctly, these are not easy for me to get just straight out of books. And because I've sort of created a little bit of a journey in terms of how I've leveled up these various elements of the soul. I heard a click, but basically because I've done a bit of a weird set of skills, it's not the easiest thing for me to get the sorts of memories that I would normally rely on, like the earthquake name and such. Oh, here we go. Librarians past, present, future. I am the 12th librarian of Hush House, and I too will be remembered. Name, memory, that part which remains. Most librarians know that books have souls. Most librarians hope for books with simple souls of whist and nothing else. Okay. So, Let's plan the Coil and Chasm before I go any further. Now, given how many marrows I took out of the package, I think I'm going to want to... I'm probably going to want to do a bit more gardening. But yeah, first things first, let's get the memories that I'm going to need just so that I can have them ready to go. And I forgot to turn my tablet on, so this will probably take a minute just to warm up. So if I can, ideally I'd take... Oh yes, I'm also going to need... So I'll take 2 health and set those aside. Oops. Gonna drop the water now. Okay. So it looks like I actually put some effort into getting... Well, okay. So I put some effort into getting the 13 winter, but that was because I didn't want to use the Wormwood Dream. If I'm willing to get the Wormwood Dream, I can very easily open that last room. We're not quite ready to do that, though. I think we're at a point now where it makes sense for me to catalog and work with some of the books that I have. So in this case, we want Scale and Nectar. Now, off the top of my head, we've got the Earth Sign. We've got Impulse. We've got Fear. We've got Scent. But technically we have Rain, but we don't control Rain. 1, 2, 3, 4. We are currently at 5. So for a start... Okay, and then we have Savage Hymn. Now this is good, right? So we've got Earth Sign, Impulse, Fear, Scent, Savage Hymn. So that brings me from 5 to 6. And so the question is, how do I go from 6 to 7? Now, if I need to wait for Rain, fair enough. You know, life can be full of disappointment. Hey, Stelphea, good to see you. I will shout out your lovely broadcast a little bit later because I suspect you are one of the few inside the channel right now. But always very good to see you. I hope your journey through Hush House is treating you well. I know that you have been putting in the time and effort. So I believe a Hive's Lament would actually work as well, but that's not an easy one for me to get. So first thing I'm going to do is just take a minute here and make sure that I don't have any low-hanging fruit as far as the memories are concerned. So we've already accounted for Fear. Also, for some reason, my audio is cutting in and out, probably because of my... at this point. You're enjoying it. I want to know if we ever get to talk to Mr. Kill, though. I mean, I get to talk to him quite regularly, but I guess you do not have a whist, do you? Patterns, Storms, Intuitions, Regrets. Regret is Forge and Winter, so Confounding Parables does not have Nectar or Scale. Contradictions, Edge and Moon, Foresight, Forge, and Winter. Actually, let's just take a second here. I think I can afford to use the Arab in this case. What ship lost this? Gossip is Grail and Rose. Salt is Knock, Winter, and Moon. Sweet Certainty is Winter and Lantern. Impulses, we said, had Nectar. Savage Hymn, we said, had Scale. Earth Signs is also part of the list. I think this is Solace. Yep. Cheerful Ditties doesn't help me. Revelations is just Lantern. Satisfaction is Grail and Heart. Stolen Secrets, I believe, is Knock and Moon, and Beguiling Melodies is Grail and Sky. So if I am not mistaken, that should be all of the various memories I have. Actually, you know what the funny thing is? I think Towards a Fundamental Aesthetic may actually have I think that may have a scale aspect. Hey Oswin, how are you doing? Yeah, actually a lot of you, I know that animated emotes have been a thing for a while, but I know a few of you have actually got some really great emotes in there. I'll say the same thing to you, Oswin. I love shouting your stuff out, but I feel like we're just getting started, so I don't think there's much of an audience to try and sell you to. So, but I will make sure to talk about both of you at length later on in the stream. So I should actually ask, so I don't know, I know Stelphea and Oswin are both doing time in Hush House. Do either of you have any favorite characters yet? I think I'm going to try and get some eggs. Time with the beastie. Offer this beast my company. Who knows? Perhaps it will offer something in return. And as much as I'd like to bring Mr. Kill in, I think we're going to focus on the scale. So let's actually get that out of the way now. So I've already got the Earth sign. Oh, hang on. Let me just take a look at what I already have. So Curious Hunch, Old Wound, Occult Scrap, Enduring Reflection. And this doesn't count as a memory, thank goodness. It's a market for eyeballs. Let's do a true history of Valentine de Wolf. So that gets me my fear. I can't go to the the watchful potted plant yet. Double checking here that I'm not getting anything I need. Oops. Well, reading room works as well. So Savage Hymns definitely helps. As does Impulses. And I think that's it. The rest of it I need to... put some more effort into. This is going to take a bit of work, I think. So Oswin says, the kills Aaron Peel because he sounds sketchy for some reason. I don't know about favorite characters. Your favorite things that you've encountered and read so far are the descriptions of the umbrella stand, the donkey painting, and the occult coins. So for those of you wondering, Salfea and I are definitely in agreement on that. Well, I think in general. So first of all, it's not an umbrella stand. It's a treasury of shelters. It's like an armory for not getting pneumonia. We also have the Tattered Outlaw. Thyrza Blake, 7th Librarian of Hush House, liked painting donkeys. No one else liked her donkey paintings, but Thyrza never much cared what other people liked. Of course, this is the author of the Berry Book, who definitely has indicated everything you could imagine by such a figure. Behold. And then the occult coins. Right now we just have a bronze spintria. So occult treasures are purchased with occult coins. Spintria, bronze spintria, usually display the active shaping on their reverse side. So in terms of books that Thyrza's written, I know there's the Berry Book, and I don't know if we have Exorcism for Girls. That's another one that she's written. And then you get to learn a little bit about her in the Flood Gallery. Oh, I see. One of them people who likes reading, what was it? 50 Shades of Grey? You didn't hear Exorcism? You did indeed hear Exorcism for Girls. All right. So one of the things I would like to get, if I can, is a Hive's Lament. But the question would be, can I get enough for drums and dances? I'm thinking this will actually be very difficult. But it can be difficult. It just needs to not be impossible. So let's take a look at what we can do. Especially because I don't remember if there's any other way for me to get Hive's Lament. So let's take the Earth sign, which interestingly enough... Oh, right, so it's... Yes, because it's not a sky or a heart memory. So that already creates a wee bit of trouble. So somehow I need to get 5 nectar, assuming it's even nectar that pushes this through. between inspiration and a memory, and the memory can't be... the memory has to have sky or heart. So I don't think that's a realistic goal. What I will try instead, while I'm not exactly looking for more, I am going to try reading towards a fundamental aesthetic. Now, this is not the easiest one for me to read because I don't have that much knock. But again, I can handle difficult. It's just impossible that I want to avoid. So we'll put some basics together and we'll see how far I am from the target. So I think my best knock candidate might be Horns and Ivories. Yeah. So we are... This is a tough one, actually, so I'm going to need a name day riddle if I want to try and... Oh, also, if I make an old moment... Okay, so... Maybe I don't try and read that book. Maybe I try and do something instead. So if I take a Faust and Disciplines of the Scar, I believe I just need a memory then. Yep. Now this is a little bit of a silly way for me to use my occult scrap, but honestly I need the memory. So I'm gonna work with what I got. So recall something lost, something scale aspected. And with that, we will add Kokil Amirajibi to the Rolodex. What you might call an occult correspondence. Not to be outdone, let's take the time to make another preparation H out of the Ava's locks. I think we can use sights and sensations now. No, I'm one short. I'm not going to worry too much about it here. I think there might be a way I can actually get a one winter to help with that, but... Alright, I'd say that's a good start. Oh, actually, there's one other thing I want to do. Oh! It's also a rainy day, so I didn't need to worry at all about the... I could have just used the extra. Alright, well, that's fine. We'll worry about that later. Alright, so let's make some money in the Sweet Bones. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. But will they come when you do call for them? A sturdy brass-cornered writing case, which has been of service to at least 3 librarians of the house. So Kokil's address, Sakino, or possibly Sakino Palace, Tiflis. I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. Excuse me. This will complete once dawn has come. Okay. Now, one of the dirty little secrets right now is that if I'm going to be working on core, I don't actually need to focus on Skolakosophy. What I need to be thinking about is Bosk, preservation. I basically kind of need to be thinking about all these other things. So I've put it off long enough, but I think I do actually need to start thinking about the other... Well, actually, okay, there's a couple things that I want to do here. First of all, I want to keep harvesting all the different goodies. So that's... yeah, we've got all the basics that we need. Now let's say... I kind of took this path of saying that I was going to... I wasn't going to use Mr. Kill to generate some memories. So with that in mind, I'm going to need to generate... And Earth. Well, let's say five memory. I probably need to generate a smaller number, but we'll say 3 whist and 2 metal. So I'd sort of say, like, these are spoken for in terms of generating the memories that I need. So I've got a Fostshaft and health to work with. I have something of a preference for getting the eggs from the chickens, and then also getting some vegetables. So we'll use the health for the sack of vegetables. So when all is said and done, we have 4 elements of the soul to work with. And again, that's easy enough. Oh, sorry, actually we have 1 less because I also need to use the Watchful Potted Plat. We'll use Fost in that case. So what I'm going to do here, I know this isn't going to be the most exciting to watch. All of these? Well, you know, just keep them in your head, like real skills. I want to think about, honestly, Bossk. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I gotta fill out Bossk. This is gonna be hard. Actually, I think I said I was going to make Leaves and Thorns a 9. I guess we still don't know which is which, but Resurgences and Emergences is already committed. Spices and Savors is a candidate. Okay, so we're going to say Bossk candidates. We've got Insects and Nectars. And in fact, if Nyctodromy is already spoken for, which I think it might be, so I'm going to put a little check by that one. So Stone Stories. Drums and Dances. And I think this is one I'd kind of like to have at a higher level if I can. Herbs and Infusions. Oh, somehow I forgot Furs and Feathers and Tradisma High. Actually, I forgot quite a few of these. So, Applebright Euphonies. Between this stream and the Great British Bake Off in the background, you are having the most cozy... Oh, that sounds really good, Oswin. And we're actually going to do a salon before too long, so... that'll give you even more. Okay, Furs and Feathers is a Nyctodromy, so... So, Tradisma Hira... Drums and Dances, Herbs and Infusions, Rites of the Roots, Weaving and Not Working, I think Horns and Ivories might already be spoken for. Skolakosophy. Okay, fair enough. We have J.K. Lawlings here. Hi there, just wanted to pop in and say thank you for all the content that you make for this game. Not going to stay too long as to avoid spoiling yourself too much, but as I mentioned on YouTube, looking forward to the new series that just started up there. Once I get a bit deeper in, I'll try to stop by for more of the live streams. I really appreciate that, J.K. Lawlings. I actually really appreciate the difficulty of doing new stuff for a broader audience, but I really like it when people come by and say hello, so I completely understand it. And we are a little far on this one, so it's probably not a bad one to just set aside for the new content and all that. But I'm very happy you are enjoying the content. I appreciate the expression of appreciation. And as always, if you ever want some sort of follow-up or something like that, feel free to leave any messages on the YouTube videos. I pretty much read all of them. If I haven't responded, it usually means something's gone wrong. So definitely don't hesitate to stretch out or to reach out. And most of all, enjoy your time in Hush House, however long it may be. All right. So, as a practical matter, so I've got the Bossk from 4 to 9. So I really only need 5. And because I've already got Insects and Nectars and Furs and Feathers as 2 of the candidates, realistically, I just need 3 more. So one of the things that I want to try and do here, so Ithistry is something that I haven't figured out yet, but I'll probably only need 5 of those. Insects and Nectars is Nyctodromy. Now, if I take a look at Nyctodromy, we more or less have what I need, but I've got 2 spare spaces. So I do want to kind of prioritize the ones that are... I kind of want to prioritize the ones that are already in Nyctodromy, just because if I don't commit it to the other one, then it's possible that it winds up as an orphan. What else? So Applebright Euphanies. Now, we've got lots of space and illumination, so I'm not as worried about that one, but I think Applebright Euphanies is a candidate. Maybe not the candidate, but it's a candidate for further placement. Tridesma Hyra is kind of an interesting one. We need to figure out what we want to do with preservation. Drums and Dances is a similar case where we're actually going to want a fair amount of Horomachistry before too long. But I need to figure out what I want to do there. Herbs and Infusions, again, similar with preservation. We're not quite sure what we're doing. Writes the Roots, similar dilemma. Weaving and Not Working. Birdsong, really, we're only going to need from 5 through 9, so I don't need to be too fussy about it. But again, we haven't committed anything yet. And then Horns and Ivories, we're going to be competing with Skolakosophy because Skolakosophy is going to be starting from 5 to 9, so I am going to need some spaces for that. And then, of course, there's the possibility I haven't fully explored everything. Oh, hang on, Leaves and Thorns. Did I write Leaves and Thorns? I'm actually curious. This one will give me Heart. This one will give me Core. Damn it! I don't know which one to use. Okay, I'm going to take a quick second. We've got a few skills that are elsewhere, so we don't need to worry about quenchings and quellings. That should be... Oh, it's not committed yet, but it's not a Bossk. We should have another garden one. So Orchids and Narcotics is also a Bossk. Okay. So quenchings and quellings is spoken for. Orchids and narcotics are spoken for. I can't imagine rhyme and remembrance. Yeah, that's fine. And then I imagine strings and songs. Well, that's already committed, so I think we are good. And then Disciplines of the Scar should already be leveled up. Okay. So I'm a little bit closer to a decision. I've now got 3 of 5. So I suppose the next question would be, so let's say that I've got my path through preservation, right? So for that, I really just need to work out which of these is going to go to level 4. For preservation, I need to work out 5 through 9. So again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 entries. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I need 6, not 5. So 3 more. But that's fine. We'll still make this work. So if I have to pick my preservation options, my options there are stitching and binding. Like I said, this isn't always the most exciting path for us to watch. Oh, hang on. I also need to work out. So my choices for crack track were preservation or... Well, actually, sorry. Neither of that's relevant because we're going to level it up to number 2 and take a slot. So it's not going to affect whichever one... so when I do get around to committing it, it's going to go to a spot which isn't necessary for the path. So we're good there. So stitching and binding. So that's a preservation. Hill and hollow. Edicts inviolable. And I have a weak preference for that in preservation, I think, for the following reason. Night. The velvet is not the oldest hour, but she is the oldest hour of Calyptra. The black flower on the watchman's tree is the preservation of secrets, and without it the tree would fall. This is a matter of preservation. Oh, we don't have Horomachistry. Anyways, the Horomachistry one is one where I'm like, nope! So that's 1. So Stone Stories. Tradis Mahaira. Herbs and infusions. You know, honestly, just being able to sort out between Tradis Mahaira, between Bossk and Preservation really helps me divide these 2 tasks. So. So I think Sickle and Eclipse is already spoken for. Oh, Inks of Containment. I think Sickle and Eclipse is spoken for. No, it's not. Okay. Actually, Sickle and Eclipse... hang on. Right. Sickle and Eclipse is spoken for. All right, and then we're going to take a look at what I'm using. So Rhyme and Remembrance isn't relevant here, and Strings and Songs is already committed. Orchids and Narcotics is Bosk or Skola Kosophy. Quenching the Quellings is spoken for, and Disciplines of the Scar is spoken for. Okay. So, I mean, to a certain extent, if I just figure out which one is going to Bosk and which one is going to Preservation, that gets me pretty far to begin with. Okay, so Edicts Inviolable is spoken for. Stone Stories, Tradis Mahaira. So I really only get to see this one. So the light, the night, the wood. What lit the wood in the days before its darkening? There was a light upon the earth before glory came to the sky. Preserve the night, and the light might return. Herbs and infusions. The source and the root in the innermost walled garden of the palace of the Shadowless Kings. In Persia, there was preserved a yew tree older than any other. The king set a beehive in its branches in memory of their forefathers, and they brewed from its flowers a sovereign cure against all poisons. This is the root of all our science, and this is preservation. What is given? The oldest living hours are the gods who were blood. The gods from stone were older still, but they're buried in the earth, scattered in the sea, lost to the moon. This is why we're always careful when we make the sacrifice. Without it, the gods from stone would pass from memory. This is preservation. So I'm thinking maybe Rites of the Roots and Herbs and Infusions would be... Oh, hang on. I forgot. Meniscate. Reflections. Okay. Let's see. So, when it is permitted, certain knowledge is forbidden to mortals unless it's wisely contained. The law is named Calyptra. The enforcement of this law is named Calyptra also. The 3 hours who enforce it share that name. They permit that knowledge to persist only in certain sanctioned places, and the most dangerous secrets must only be recorded in the inks called Incastum Terminale. Horamachistry teaches us Calyptra's importance. When it is safe, certain knowledge is forbidden to mortals, except in 9 great libraries protected by the covenant stones they hold, where this knowledge can safely be recorded in the inks called Incastum Terminale. These libraries are often together called the Watchman's Tree, and the covenant marked by these stones shares that name. All this, then, is a matter of preservation. So Salphea says, I know we've talked about this, about the description text indicating where the skill fits best, but what are other factors you are considering here? There are a number. So this is one that ideally I would like to have, and this is just purely for my own bragging rights. I'm trying to fit the following conditions for myself. I've already failed in one of them. I kind of wanted to try and get like 8 of each element of the soul, but I think I've overdone it in terms of whist. But let's leave that aside. What I'd like to do is I would like to get each branch of the Watchman's Tree up to level 9. I would like to do so with skills that I think and descriptions that are most appropriate to what I think this character is. And ideally, the current set of priorities that I'm working on right now, I would also, where I can, like to get... I would like to get I'd like to try and get the... words fail me. I'd like to try and get some more core specifically, because that's going to be one that's helpful for the salons. So it's a little bit of a tall order. But I think I have a fighting chance, let's say. All right, where was I? So did Menascate Reflections, Inks of... oh, hang on. So I did... yeah, so I think probably Inks of Containment would be one for Horamachistry. Which is interesting, because that's actually really starting to limit some of my choices here. So let's say Rites of the Roots and Herbs and Infusions. Maybe those go to Bossk. What did I say about Tridesma Hira again? The light, the night, the wood. What lit the wood in the days before its darkening? There was a light upon the earth long before the glory came to the sky. Preserve the night, and the light might return. So I need to figure out one more. So Stitchings and Bindings is an Ithistry. And I think overall we could probably afford... we could probably afford to lose a bit in terms of the stitching binding. The other thing actually that I need to figure out too is the curses. So I need to find a way to get rid of a knock curse. And I don't think I have any skills that directly get rid of curses and have knock. So while I can remember, so Sacrosalis Invicti is most likely because I could take a Shapt. I would then add this, and I would need to find... well, no, that desk is ridiculous. Why would I do that? But probably the Shrine to St. Januarius. Yeah, actually, that works really well. No, but then I can't add the book. Tricky. All right. So, if I do just a good old-fashioned knock like this, well, that doesn't work. But Ambrose's desk does. So if I want a knock ink, I'm basically waiting to write some or use an Incastum Terminale, which seems like overkill. But yeah, so it's either an Incastum Terminale or a yeah, so I need some kind of 5 knock memory, which is preposterous, or I would need a Newman. Oh no, hang on. Well, I don't know, I still don't think there's a 3 knock ink though. He says as he finds the Azimel. Okay, so this is fair. I'd like to figure out how to make an Azimel before committing that, but we have a way of curing that last curse. Never mind. All right, back to the task at hand. So I was allocating the different memories. So we've said that we're going to go for Bossk for Herbs and Infusion, Rites of the Roots, and we're not going to put Inks of Containment in. So let me just figure these out. Rites of the Roots is one. Oh, Orchids and Narcotics. I think that one's Skolakosophy, so that one is an open question. But Herbs and Infusion. So I've got 1, 2, 3... wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spoken for. Why did I put Furs and Feathers in there? Because that's a Nyctodromy. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I just need one more. So weaving and not working... That one we can sort of check. What remains? Cut a thread and the tapestry remains. Birdsong follows the thread. Now I don't need this that high. So actually, weirdly enough, weaving and not working might work slightly better in Bossk, just because I only need to level it up 1, and then that unlocks the preservation side. So, with that in mind, I think we've got a plan here. So insects and nectars, herbs and infusions, Applebright euphonies, furs and feathers, rights of the roots, weaving and not working go into Bossk. Although there is the shame that we're missing out on a core here, I suppose. Okay, so with that in mind, what I should do here for the remainder, we would say spices and savors should go into Ithistry. Stone stories should go to... What? Why do you think that was Bossk? So I guess this means drums and dances is a... actually, yeah, there are a few implications out of this. Let me just take a second here and see leaves and thorns. So that's a health or a core. Okay. So yeah, leaves and thorns is a bird song. Actually, sorry, let me read that. Looking up the gardeners for... Oh, yeah. No, that's... I'm not even questioning that. Okay, so Ithistry, I want to get back to the task at hand. Drums and dances would have to be Horamakistry. Tradisma Hyra would have to be preservation. Horns and ivories, I believe, would have to be Skolakosophy. Leaves and thorns, we said, was going to be birdsong. And orchids and narcotics would be Skolakosophy. So that seems pretty manageable. And then just to double check where I'm at on the rest of these. So when it comes down to preservation, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to take care of. Currently, I've got Edicts Inviolable, Tridesma Hyra, and Meniscate Reflections that I can commit. And my other options are Stone Stories, Hill and Hollow, and Stitching and Binding. So one thing I might want to double check. Actually, I don't need to go that crazy about it. But let's focus on Bossk for a star. Actually, no, hang on. Working out preservation does help me in the long run. So Stitching and Binding could be Ithistry, which we've at least committed 1 to. And sorry, okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's really weird that drums and dances isn't preservation, but... okay, so we've got Edicts Inviolable, Tradesma Hyra, and Meniscate Reflections spoken for. So we need 2 more out of Stitching and Binding, Hill and Hollow, and Stone Stories. So Stitching and Binding is Ithistry. We can actually see which of these we prefer. Shucks. So Stitching and Binding. To heal, a deft enough binding might heal anything. Flesh, spirit, song, stone. That would be Preservation. To hold, a deft enough binding might contain anything. Flesh, spirit, gods, light. This would be Ithistry. Okay, so I think we're gonna commit Stitching and Binding for sure. So we now have 4 of the 5. Hill and Hollow. We can put it in Preservation. How they endured. In the beginning, the Carapace Cross served the first hours, the gods born from stone. When the gods from stone were defeated, where could the cross go? Into the hills, into the bounds, and into us. This is how humankind came to be, and in our most secret hollows, the cross endures. This is a matter of preservation. We also have how they began. In the beginning, the Carapace Cross served the first hours, the gods born from stone. And the first of the Carapace Cross were the Thritage kind, who sought the monarch at the crossroads to rule them wisely, and found him in themselves, who began as many and ended as one. This is a riddle, and the riddle makers know its importance. So this is a maybe. Again, double checking that I just need 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So my other option is Stone Stories. So that's a birdsong or preservation as well. So a vigilance. The hours once called Flint and the Wheel are gone, but the blood of their name emanations was mingled with the blood of mortals, and from it sprang the line of Antaios. As long as the Antaian line continues, the legacy of Flint and Wheel may endure. This is preservation. Or a vengeance. The hours once called Flint and Wheel are gone, but the blood of their name emanations was mingled with the blood of mortals, and from it sprang the line of Antaios. Be careful. If enough of the Antaian blood is spilled, the flint and the wheel might wake. This is remembered in the songs of warning. I think we're going to go for a vigilance on that one. So that commits Stone Stories. That means that Hill and Hollow will be a preservation, a birdsong one. So birdsong, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need 3 more. Now I'm not going to worry about doing the birdsong yet because I need to take care of Horamakistry and all of that, and I think I've got enough to work with in terms of sort of leveling up Bossk and such. So, last step here. Bossk, I need to work out numbers for insects and nectars. Herbs and infusions. Furs and feathers. Rights of the roots. And weaving and not working. Now it seems to me like weaving and not working is the obvious candidate to go to level 4, just because it's almost there already. So then the question is, which one, which one is 5, which one's 6, which one's 7, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So maybe I would say out of these, which one do I want at the top? Now there's a small argument for, actually Edict's Marshal's already the moth. Herbs and infusions is heart. Well, we don't really have a big heart candidate yet. Although that's kind of short-term thinking. Furs and feathers. Now furs and feathers actually does have a couple of things going. Was it furs and feathers? Hang on. Might be horns and ivories. But I can see Furs and Feathers being one of the higher level ones. I suppose one of these has to be the top. I feel like I'm getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I wrote down 5. I need 6. Insects and nectars, herbs. Oh, Applebright euphonies. Okay. I'm not super thrilled with the path that I've figured out here, but we can work out the rest. So the biggest goal for me right now is to get weaving and knot working up to level 4. Now for that, I just need a single moth or a single heart. But I did just get a bunch of texts which potentially give me that. So Glazerian Lightsmithing, I believe, is Lantern and Sky. Viennese Conundra is Wolf Stories. So I think there's a scale to that. Moon and Scale. Edict's Liminal, I believe, has a moth. Yes, okay. So we will read Locksmith's Dream Trespasses. And actually, it seems to me like we can do that right now. All right, knock, a gate flung wide. I'm a match for this book. So for those of you, I'm sorry for those of you who find the planning a bit tedious, but I wanted to try and I didn't want to, if I could, I wanted to avoid sort of working myself into a corner there. And I'll set aside one of the tryst, although I may want to bring in Mr. Kill. Yeah, Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. If you don't choose a topic, Mr. Kill will offer help as a friend. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Ooh, and we've got our delivery from TRN Limited. Coffin Maker's Assistants, a tamer of trees, a worker of woods, a consigner of cadavers. He has also been known to try his hand very diffidently at poetry. So obviously the plan to farm a lot of eggs kind of went out the window, but that's how it works sometimes. I have a surplus of dark marrows, so I'm going to feed one to the chicken. And now it suggests a meal would be welcome. Cluck, cluck! Didn't I have a collection of eggs somewhere? Oh, right there. So I do need the memories, but let's get the feeding out of the way. I don't actually. Hang on. I may not have the elements of the soul, so we'll let him wait. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. If you lived in Hush House, which rooms would you stay in the most? I mean, the honest answer would be the reading room. So I will confess I am a little I'm a little inclined towards the governor's quarters and the governor's office. Unhand the chicken. Such rude. Let's talk about some favorite rooms. So, yeah, the two governor's rooms I sort of like. I feel like I would hang out a lot in the nave of the Abbey Church. Which gloomy room are you thinking of, Selphea? I can imagine getting some good work done in Solomon's study. Although Elapolis Nook also seems like a bit of a relaxation spot as well. I do like big maps, so I kind of feel like I like it's hard for me to imagine working in the map room, but I definitely could see myself spending some time here as well. And then the Dawn Period stuff looks kind of neat, but I'm trying to think if there's a real Dawn Period room where I'm like, I have to spend time here. You wrote your thesis in Solomon's... Ooh, that's a good one. And there's the description of it. So I imagine as you wrote your thesis... Oh, well, I gotta finish reading the book first. But it was the desk turned pale when you blotted the last of your thesis. Where is the gloomy room in relation to some of the other things, Selphea? I know you aren't that far in Hush House, but I'm curious. I think it's Lockwood Fen Bogu is the original. Actually, to be honest, I can also sort of imagine sitting in front of the... I can imagine sitting in Earl Brian's field quite a bit. Maybe not in winter. Oh, the examination room. Gideon's favorite place. But I should turn this question around. I'm particularly interested for Oswin and Selphea's answers to this, but anyone, do you have some favorite rooms? Do you have some rooms that you think you'd spend some time in? Yeah, I shouldn't have asked. I should have known Oswin would be spending some time in the examination room, but... There was a different description for the morgue boots before, I feel. All right, let me catch up with some of the readings, and then we'll... Oh. More packages to open. Okay, so... A True History of Valentine de Wolfe, written in the third person by Valentine de Wolfe. Rarely coherent, though it includes some useful footnotes on falconry and on exotic veterinary medicine. Valentine is obsessed with the meaning of the de Wolfe coat of arms, on a field or a chevron, in arched gulls between two corby heads, raised sable in chief and wolf sajant sable in base. Long have the two birds pursued my blood, yet one is no crow, yet it is darker. Long has the wolf rolled itself in gold like a clovered cow, until its slobbering stain our thoughts. Now, I haven't been able to parse this fully, but for those of you who are thinking that, like, definitely there's no randomness in the choices here. Well, so far as I can tell. But it is helpful to remember the different names that Hush House has had over time on this one. Selphea is who she is, so you'd be in the gardens and the rooms with lots of light. You mean the nave of the Abbey Church? With the gods from light? Okay, the Damascene traditions of the House of Leith. The House of Leith was an order of immortals who sought obscurity, rejecting their past and future. If the author of this short text is to be believed, the initiates of the Damascene branch were much more radical than their fellows elsewhere. The house generally forbade the house generally forbade any procreative activities for fear of the terrible consequences of too long bearing a child. The Damascene order took this much further. At one point, male initiates were required to undergo castration, and female initiates to strangle any children they had previously born. These measures were so horrific that the order was shaken by repeated schisms, and eventually absorbed into the local Sisterhood of the Knot as a society of healers and exorcists. You are so religious, Rooms, definitely not. But what if Hush House itself is a whole religious area? The Singlefoot Songs. Father Stanislav John Schaller, priest and diplomat, writes of his time in the slopes of Huashan, near the Grove of Green Immortals, but never too near. Schaller's relations with the Grove are cautious. It's a library of the tree, but under the hand of the hour named Applebright. In time, however, Schaller comes to be more sympathetic to the Applebright, which he suggests causes harm only when so invited. The Singlefoots of the title are one-horned, one-footed hill things with sweet but powerful voices, powerful enough to open the mountain. The Singlefoots sometimes trample pilgrims, sometimes heal them, sometimes coerce them to enter the mountain and become Singlefoots. Schaller explains that when he found this last becoming too tempting, he decided to return to his homeland. A music that urges valor and violence. So I had one more encounter with a watchful potted plant. Investigate the object. Okay. And we're going to have to wait before I open up the delivery from TRN Limited. However, I am going to take a minute here and shout out a couple of streamers who I really admire. So first of all, we've got Sulfea, who I believe was in the channel first. So Sulfea is an Australian broadcaster who, because of my working hours and her ideal streaming times, I haven't actually been able to hang out with as much. But I want to give special credit for playing and sticking with Book of Hours, because I think in the case of Book of Hours, it is the sort of game that I think normally she would maybe try, but probably quit. And this is actually, I think, one of the few cases where this is something that she's stuck through despite the frustrations. And I, at the very least for my part, I've actually really enjoyed, I've always enjoyed having Sulfea in the chat, but I've actually really enjoyed this slow progress through understanding a little bit more about Hush House. So I can remember when you'd be in the chat originally and you would say, this all seems very interesting, but I have no idea what's going on. And yet I think it's fair to say that whether you feel it or not, you have actually demonstrated some more knowledge of the game than you had before, right? So here you're able to talk about the different eras in Hush House. And you said, I wonder how well you could roleplay an atheist librarian and how that would change the story. And I actually have some specific ideas in terms of what skills you may or may not commit. I mean, I'm interested in terms of you, but like in this case here, right? It's fair to say that Sulfea has definitely been giving this game a shot, and consciously or unconsciously is actually now knowledgeable enough about the game to be able to make certain claims about its contents and some preferences about it. And I think for me, this is a particular delight because I think a lot of this is actually why I really like the Weather Factory games, how they work very slowly on you and sort of this knowledge sort of creeps in without you knowing it. And all of a sudden you start talking like a crazy person. So welcome, Sulfea, one of us. And now I also spent a lot of time talking about Book of Hours. But I will actually say that Sulfea has got a very, very broad range of games. I once upon a time called myself a variety broadcaster, but I think I've lost that title until I start playing a few more games. But I will say I've seen Clanfolk, I've seen my time at Sandrock, I've seen a bunch of indie games whose names I don't even remember, but definitely a broadcaster who I know other broadcasters like watching, somebody who I like having inside of the channel, and like I said, somebody who's actually quite open-minded in terms of the games, particularly when it comes to Book of Hours. And for me, this has been a particular delight in terms of being able to interact with her, both as a player of the games, but also as just somebody whose stream I like watching when I can catch it. Oh, lovely, and Planet Crafter. Sorry, I keep forgetting the name. So, and yeah, Sylvain says, yes, I would not have lasted an hour if I wasn't determined to see why you enjoy it so much. And this is, of course, the one drawback, right? Because I feel like the Weather Factory games specifically speak to me and my interests. Some of you've, heard me go on these long rants about reading and, why I think it's valuable and what it's, what it means to me. And not everybody's going to have that feeling, right? It's like when someone reads a book, like I really, really love reading Jonathan Swift. And I think some of you have had to endure me talking about Tale of a Tub, which I never had to do in school. I've done, I did A Modest Proposal, which just ruined me. Definitely my trolling tendencies can probably be traced back to A Modest Proposal, because I don't think I related to any essay more than A Modest Proposal when I first read it in middle school. That was amazing. But yeah, it's just a there are people I know who have never read A Modest Proposal, don't even know what it is. And I've read Gulliver's Travels, and not just the first story, right? Not just the voyage to Lilliput, but like the 3 voyages, Brobdingnag and the Winhams. It's one where I feel like Gulliver's Travels is a little bit better known. Obviously, the stories of Lilliputians more so, because I think those are the ones that I don't even know if the other 2. I know the one with, is it Richard Burton? It was like a part animated one. The end of that one begins with the giant, but like there was never a sequel. I don't know if the other 2 voyages ever actually have been adapted into a movie. Anyways, you should read them anyway. But yeah, Tale of a Tub is one that I had to find because of my interest in Jonathan Swift. And I, seriously, that guy was just at the top of his game when he wrote that. I think when he talked about it, he said, it's like, my God, what genius I had when I wrote that. And it checks out. It is such a good book. It's a tricky one because definitely it relies quite a bit on the periods of its history. But again, I am the type of person who gets excited about this sort of stuff. And so when you have a game about an occult library that takes place in the setting inside of Cultist Simulator, and there's other reasons why I found Cultist Simulator interesting, I don't think I can ever really expect other people to get into this as much as I do. But that doesn't mean that I don't think people... I think there's a lot of people who will be able to get something else out of these. And that's why I play the games, and it's why I like encouraging others to. But anyways, for those of you that are fed up with Book of Hours, you can check out Selfea to watch a much wider variety of broadcasts, and somebody whose second or possibly even first language is sarcasm. On top of that, we've got the lovely Oswin Meow, who is in fact playing Book of Hours yesterday and will be playing it tomorrow. Now, Oswin's actually taking her first steps inside of Hush House, however, has actually been making some nice progress, so I'm a little bit further along. But if you take a look, I think Oswin's probably got more or less this unlocked. I think you're just on your way to the Cucurbit. But I think it's made some very respectable progress inside of the game. And again, like I said, is on top of somebody who plays Book of Hours, I've said this a few times, and I really mean it. I know Oswin will go so far as to say I overplay it, but Oswin's a very interesting and thoughtful broadcaster. And one of the things that's actually quite interesting is that you wouldn't always know just from hanging out, because Oswin is also quite quiet, or sometimes will be very focused on the game. And I think that's good because, you get the enjoyment of the game. But what's hidden underneath sometimes, and I don't always know if people realize this, but She's got a very broad and very interesting perspective on a lot of different fields of endeavor. She's a real-life scientist, and I can definitely say I have had interesting chats with her knowing that she was a viewer. I've had interesting chats with her knowing that she was a broadcaster, and it was only after the fact that I realized it was in fact the same person. But a very thoughtful individual. I think somebody's very well suited to Book of Hours and some of the ideas inside of it. But again, a broadcaster who it's very fun, very nice to just kind of have on in the background. But like I said, one of the wonderful traits about Oswin, despite her protestations, is the fact that she actually is somebody who can give you a really, really thoughtful and interesting conversation on a lot of very broad topics. If you just happen to catch her in the right moment, or you just sort of, dangle the right, well, I guess with the name Meow, I need to think of like the right little bit of thread. If you just jerk it around enough properly, she'll snap at it. You'll be better off for the conversation. And you do actually get to see this sometimes when she's visiting other broadcasters who I've seen, such as Prosciutto Fist and Vesper Fortune, who have done these, who've kind of done these history streams, whether it's, talking about the Satanic Panic of sort of the 70s and the 80s, or some of Prosciutto Fist's history. She's done everything from Dracula. I think she's going to be doing New Orleans Vampires. She's done the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory Fire. Definitely a lot of a lot of interesting history, and I think one of the things that's really delighted me is I put a lot of effort into these shoutouts, and it's always nice to see some of you hang out. And I know, again, I'm shouting out Oswin here just to give you guys an idea in terms of some of the things that you may be able to catch on her channel. She's always been a very active and interested participant in all of these channels. So I don't think I'm overselling her when I say a thoughtful individual on lots of different topics. So two wonderful streamers for a bunch of different reasons. Of course, I don't mean to suggest that Sylphea is some sort of moron because I'm spending all of this time talking about Oswin's smarts. But I do happen to, I've actually most recently had the experience of trying out a few games that I wouldn't have otherwise, having played or having watched Sylphea's stuff. So in this case, I was focused a little bit more on the games. All right, back to the task at hand. I think I'm ready to unpause. Oh, sorry, I was going to give the description of the Pale Desk. So we've got the Solomon Study. In 1818, the Very Reverend Solomon Husher became third librarian of the Curia of the Isle. He took rooms in the Long Tower as his quarters. Husher's tastes were Spartan. Although the Curia generally liked a little more luxury, no one ever quite dared to redecorate the place after his disappearance. And describing the Pale Desk, this is where Oswin Meow apparently wrote her thesis. Solomon Husher himself commissioned this from Lockwood Fen Boggu, blackened by and half fossilized by centuries underwater. Here at this desk, he wrote his doomy allegory of winter and its romance with the sun. When he blotted the last word on his manuscript and rose from his work, the timber had turned pale as fresh-cut maple, or so the story goes. All right, an afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So let's renew that. It is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. I should also mention that Sylphea has, I believe both Oswin Meow and Sylphea have cats. I don't think I have ever seen Oswin on camera, but I do know that Sylphea puts tucks up on a cat cam. All right, the old moment. With keeper level scale, not lantern, an old moment can lead to an earthquake name. And here we have the watchful potted plant. Not everything needs eyes. The sense of awareness persists, but the plant remains immobile, unsettling but harmless. It doesn't even have thorns. So I have more than enough in terms of memories now. We're going to take a quick minute here to make sure that I'm still where I need to be for memories. We're going to put the health in place. So we'll take the fear, the savage hymn, the earth sign, the impulse, and scent. So all of these are fairly straightforward for me to recover. At last, I'm something of an authority in this. Improve this skill to level 6. And Solomon's Preparation. With Keeper level Winter, Solomon's Preparations are a precursor to the Great Ink Nillikant. So I mostly did this because I could. A little water splashes on the stones of the well to nourish the mosses there. Now this one I did because I wanted to renew an element of the soul, and I think in this case I'll probably do it with the core. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. And so from there I can pour another glass of water. Pour out. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? And finally, we will renew. So we left these aside so that I can read some more books. So first of all, we're going to get the earth sign. Really keen to see me cook at some point so I can try and remember some of the recipes. Actually, there was Yorkshire pudding. I wonder if I have... I don't think I have any dough. But the game did mention Yorkshire pudding, and I want to try and make it. Yeah, I'm going to need a minute. I think I'm going to need a minute to work that out. The elusive dough. Well, I definitely know how to make. I didn't want to outright say what to do, Oswin, but I'll definitely make some dough before the end of the night. And I'm not just talking about working at the Sweet Bones. All right, so we've got the fear, we've got the earth sign. Impulse. Well, I figure it's one of these things where, like, you can... It's just one of those things where, like, you can kind of make your own choices in terms of how far you want to engage. Like, if you... I don't know, if you, like, yell uncle or something like that, it's like, okay, well, that's, you know, that's easy enough for me to handle, right? Like, it's not a great difficulty to just tell you how to do something. But, you know, I know that you are a human being capable of speech and communicating your intent. And I figure if you want to be told how to do something in this game, you're perfectly capable of saying so. So it's just one of these cases where, all things being equal, it's probably better to just let you say, hey, I'm not so sure how to do this thing. Does anybody have any ideas? I don't know. Overall, that just seems a slightly more satisfying way of doing things. But I mean, on the other hand, there will definitely be some case, like, so the one case where I sort of break the total silence over this stuff is that there are definitely times in this game where people will try something, and it just happens to be there's maybe like a little twist. There is something that maybe wasn't obvious, but was present, and it's just, you know, it's nobody's fault. It just turned out this way, and the one little key to making it work didn't turn out, and so it's likely that the the approach in question has now been eliminated as a possibility, right? Like basically someone's not going to try this thing until, hours later, just because there's sort of an assumption about how things work or don't work. And usually those are the points where I'll say, you might want to double check, such and such again. So yeah, exactly. So, because does it make sense that cats are comforts? Well, yes, right? I think most people would describe a pet as a comfort. But when all the comforts that you see are furniture, and comfort given also that the icon for comfort is furniture, are you going to, if comfort is synonymous with furniture, are you going to say, is a cat furniture? No, a cat is not furniture. A cat is a comfort. So, what does a treasury of shelters and a cat have in common? Well, first of all, the aspect of heart. And second of all, it's a comfort. So yeah, these are the sorts of things where, it can be nice to just give people a little bit of a nudge. Like, it's not like there's a deep secret that the cat is hiding somewhere. In fact, really, if we want to put the cat anywhere, we got to put them in no room. Okay, maybe we'll put the T in there. Speaking of top government secrets. First he says, you're a cat who can be distracted with shiny things. Then he says, you're a human with the ability to communicate. Are you a werecat? Yeah, I leave that to, this is a reason for all of you to follow Osmond's stream to find out. Okay, so we're going to wait for the Watchful Potted Plant. And yeah, again, the aim of today is going to be not just to do the orchids and narcotics, but to actually try and level up weaving and knot working as well. May or may not work out, but... If you don't think cat is synonymous with furniture, I have to assume you've never had one. Your sofa has more fur than fabric. Very fair point. Pour it out. All right, we'll pour out the other one as well. Just makes things a little easier. And here we go. Unexpected finds in the folds of earth and sky. Now, definitely these bones will be helpful, animal bones specifically. I feel it's appropriate to keep them in the catacombs. Hey, mackerel. Eat it while it's fresh or keep it while it's salted. All right, so we still want to, where we can, recover things from Crowcross Sands and the moor. Carrots, tomatoes, marrows, and blessed onions, all the unsung heroes of the stew pot. Still running out of room here, but we might be able to sneak one in the... Nope, I think I might have hit my limits. I'd rather not use the Vagabond's Desk as a... Oh, here we go. Does the solar skill determine what you get from the sea or more? I don't think so. I think it's a random draw, but I haven't extensively tested, so, and I can more or less look at most of the things in the game to determine, like what they do. So we were talking about this before, like in terms of how the network analysis gets made. Like there's a lot of information about the game that you can get from just like looking at the files if you want. In fact, I will take a quick minute here and bring up the files. And the reason I will discourage most, if not all of you from doing this is because there is a file among the files. Where is it? README. Weather Factory strongly recommends that you resist the temptation to read raw content, at least until you have finished the game. It will hugely reduce your enjoyment of the game, but it's up to you. Capital letters, but seriously. So, now I'm also in a little bit of a special case here. Like, the Weather Factory did unfortunately need to put a couple more conditions on the beta this time than previously. And it was basically because some people who got the beta essentially went in and immediately started scraping the files. And like, I think it's really cool that this game has an active community that likes supporting things like, game wikis and things like that. But on the other hand, it's a bit of a drag when people are, not doing the beta test for beta testing, but rather, getting an early jump on like mining the game for its its content. So my easy answer for that is just to straight up not look at the files when I'm in beta, right? I mean, obviously there's an honor system at play anyway. You generally just don't want to be messing around with that sort of stuff anyway, but it's also just easier for me to say, it's like, okay, I've been given sort of privileged access to the game ahead of time. I'm going to make sure that I spend it doing the testing or, talking it up during a stream or something like that. I have no reason to be looking at these files. So to a certain extent, you don't have everything inside of them, but you can actually get quite a bit of information in terms of what the game does just by looking at those. And then, of course, a little bit of testing back and forth. But despite the fact that I have the access to that sort of stuff, I do still enjoy playing the game. I do still enjoy, being surprised by things. And so one consequence of that is I have not gone as in depth in terms of figuring out like what the probabilities of certain visitors are or anything like that. But so far as I can tell, based on my purely anecdotal encounters, what you need is the element of the soul and the skill. And I don't have any firm evidence to suggest that the different skill or the different element of the soul will produce different results. Although we are also only human, so there's a really strong tendency to develop superstitions around certain skills. I've definitely got I've formed my own cargo cults on what skills generate certain things. All right, the skill is now level 6. Its power aspects have also increased. So we're on our way to level 7. Let's look at a plant. Talk to a plant. Oh, nice. Unfortunately, that fear will be wasted, but... better now. Okay, The Locksmith's Dream Trespasses, the third volume of Teresa Galmier's examination of parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. In this volume, notoriously, Galmier's prose begins to disintegrate, and it is not clear which dreams are in fact her own. The woman in the sand-colored robe has told me the stairways of the mantis go ever up, death is down. The mother of ants guards both directions with each of her heads, and so the passage must always be through a wound. I think the white door might be a wound. That's one reason the dead sometimes pass it. I think I have the other half of the secret now, and I hope my reader can put both halves together. So we've got an impulse for that. That's another one that will wind up wasted if I'm not careful. And we have the Edict's Liminal. So the real shame here, well, I'm probably going to regret doing this. But it seems to me that if I want to level up weaving and not working to 4... No, I still have 22 sec. Okay, yeah, no, none of this is going to work. I was going to say there was an outside chance that I could preserve the impulse and the fear, or not the fear, but I could preserve the impulse by trying to level up weaving and not working using the impulse, the old moment, and... Well, that wouldn't have worked either because of the rain. But I probably could have used the occult scrap. But anyways, my consider verb has already been occupied, so yeah. We'll lose a couple of memories, but them's the breaks. Stolen Histories. The agitator and pamphleteer Alexander Sparrow inveighs against the monstrous serpents, thieves of history. Sparrow acknowledges 5 histories, insists the 3rd history may be overrun by coils, warns the 5th history is already lost. Sparrow, with his usual paranoia, appears to be conflating the horror of the Worm Wars and the Great Writhing with the activities of the Great Hooded Princes. Still, he draws thought-provoking comparisons between the princes, normally conceived as exotic Knocklong, and the widely feared worms. De Ratio Quercum. In English, the title translates roughly as The Account of the Oaks, but this is Nathaniel Darcy Evers' fascinating, if haphazard, survey of the occult properties of every tree he can find, not just oaks. In Persia, Taxis Picata, the yew is called Sorkdar, which is the red tree. There they had long understood the Grail root. In later times, the great king of Pontus had beehives set in the branches of the oldest of the female trees. The berries of the Pontine yew open the door to death, but the honey of their flowers opens a different door entirely. This was not the great king's Mithridate, but one who has suckled at the great yew fears poison no longer. Perhaps they should. Nathaniel is here distracted, however, by the toxic properties of certain inks. He does mention, more usefully, that the minor ink of power Yew-Gall can be brewed through the rites of the roots with the assistance of the aspect nectar. The Beekeeper's Ends. Dialogues with bees and uses for honey, as erratically recorded by Ricardo Milagro, gardener of Hush House in Musgrave's time. Milagro spends an entire chapter on his hatred of wasps, which he describes as the vile pretenders. Milagro claims that bees retain many traditions passed down from earlier and greater branches of their species, but that they are fiercely jealous of these traditions being passed to lesser insects and insist above all on an oath of secrecy. Tragically, therefore, he is unable to describe these more substantial and powerful traditions. And Unhatched Hymns, hymns attributed to St. Lucia the Eyeless, patron of glassworkers and name of the hour called Meniscate. The hymns venerate every sanctioned hour, celebrating them as the sun undivided, but also suggesting that each hour may become the next. Madrigad to watchman, watchman to wolf, and so on. The Hymn of the Phases celebrates the Meniscate from whom we do not turn, for the truth which is beauty, the beauty which is truth, and the perfect balance between the two. The Hymn of the Reflections more puzzlingly celebrates the Meniscate as the sister of Janus, mother of Shadow, whose visage wondrous in emptiness can reveal all truths. All right. So I'm going to need to wait the 0.5 seconds, but I am going to have a few specific choices to make. All right, we did just read this before, but not everything needs eyes. The sense of awareness persists, but the plant remains immobile, unsettling but harmless. It doesn't even have thorns. So there's a specific order that I'm going to want to do things in. So we'll still chat with Mr. Kill. But when it comes to leveling up Coil and Chasm, so I'm going to need 6 memories, but not all memories are equal here. So Coil and Chasm needs Nectar and Scale, but the Weaving and Not Working is going to need Heart and Moth. When I heard Hatred of Wasps, I thought he must never come to New England. Fair. So something like Savage Hymn is a good candidate for leveling this up, whereas Impulse is something I would actually prefer to keep for weaving and not working, because realistically there, right, if I keep my impulse, then that means I only need 2 memories. And likewise, if I have other heart and moth memories, I can employ those. So Rain, for instance, has only Grail and Nectar, so that's going to go in. Old Moment has both Scale, Moth, and Lantern, so the Moth is actually potentially helpful for leveling things up. So I'm actually going to move that down here. I may not be able to keep it there, right? Same with Impulse, but it's something that potentially we can use to sort of level our weaving and not working up. So Fear is only Edge and Scale, so we don't have any other uses for that. Likewise with the Savage Hymn. Scent is Nectar only. Now Foresight doesn't help us. We do have the Earth Sign, but we're going to have to give up one of these. So in this case, the Impulse is something that I potentially can get from Mr. Kill. In fact, we've already got it from Mr. Kill. And then finally, we need to employ our Health. When I thought I'd understood, I'd only begun. Improve the skill to level 7. So we're in pretty good shape. Now, ideally, I would get my Earth Sign back, but let's focus on the things that will allow me to level up the Edict's Liminal. So I have a spare Whist kicking around. I guess the question would be, can I get a Heart or Moth that I know Mr. Kill won't get? I can actually through sound. So that's what we'll use the Whist for. Oh, actually, also I have Heart through Satisfaction, so we may just be able to talk with Mr. Kill all the way through. I deserved a little quiet time. Okay, so now we've got a spare Element of the Soul. This is now something we could also use to improve the Edict's Liminal, although in this case I actually think some more gardening would not be a bad idea. Stolen Secret, something I overheard in dreams. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Who'd listen? Okay. Skill is now level 7. Its power aspects have also increased. Worms, 7 coils, dangerous places, how earthquakes are bound, and why they are released. So we're getting somewhere. I'd still prefer to use these to level up, or it's not to level up, but I'd still prefer to use these to look at Crowcross Sands and the Moor. So I'm going to leave things aside. I am going to open up the delivery from TRN Limited, unwrap, unbox, unleash. And we are going to take a minute before too long to figure out what my path through the Tree of Wisdoms is going to be for the next ones. Oh, I like Basket of Apples. I think it's a bit much to hope that... Oh! I'll not question it. Ooh, and Pilchards. This was a good session. So plenty of time. We'll definitely go back to the beach and the moor. Actually, I should maybe answer, I think what might have provoked your question, Osmond, is the fact that I keep using the same ones. Strings and Songs I only took because it's one that I'd already committed to the Tree of Wisdoms, and it was immediately available. Normally what I would do is I'd take something like Path and Pilgrim. Last Leaves, Toss, and Scutter. And it's just simply because I'm less likely to use the lower leveled skills. And so taking those up for 90 seconds is not quite the same as, say, taking up like Quenchings and Quellings for 90 seconds, which has 9 Heart and 10 Winter, and so as a result might potentially give me access to something that I need. That's really the only reason why I'm using the ones that I am. Okay, so we more or less know what I'm using my Elements of the Soul for, but let's just see how we'll see how the day works out. Again, we need for weaving and not working, we need just 3 memories. And I know how I can get the other memory, but if I can make, like for instance, if I could use this Whist to get the Earth sign back, that's just even easier for me. I am, however, going to take a minute here to reorder my skills. So we'll move Horns and Ivories back here. We will move Watchman's Paradoxes, I think, because that's sort of fixed in place. And I guess Sickle and Eclipse is going to become 7, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so we can leave that there. Although, there's nothing stopping me from committing this, so Coil and Chasm... Whoa, 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 whoa. That was 9? I'm glad I checked. Alright, never mind. We're not going to Skolakosophy. I should probably... Ugh, gross. So this is only going to get me 1 move. So I guess in a pinch, I could use the Viennese Conundra and an Exorcist's Field Manual to... to turn those into the memories that I needed. So why didn't I think the Sea Stories was sufficient? Because... Right, because I was looking for... Wait. Why such a high level for Coil and Chasm? I feel like I really missed the boat on something here. Because it seems to me like I can try reading The Crossing to Noon, which will bring Sickle and Eclipse up to 6. And then I can use one of these other... Yeah. Something went kind of goofy here. But it's easy enough to fix for the next day. I guess the only real challenge here is that really starts pushing off the Salon. So what I might do is I might take a detour on some of the Bosk stuff. Okay, yeah, I think I have an idea in terms of how the next couple of days is going to go. If Mr. Kill can do me a solid, like if Solace, a Storm, maybe even an Impulse. Some truths come to us from outside or above. Unwrap, unbox, unleash. Did I only buy almonds? I don't think that's right. Pretty sure I ordered potatoes as well. All right, well. Almonds it is. Oh, right. Okay. How much sugar do I want? I guess 3 makes sense. And clearly I'm going to need some flour, so unless that's already part... Nope. I feel like I ordered the wrong thing. I've got too much butter now. All right, that's fine. Maybe we'll order 4 butter. So 2 more sugar and then a bunch of flour. My bad. Here we go. Okay, moving on. Flour. I think I'll still make it 4. So apologies, Oswin. There's going to be a bit of time before I make the flour, just because I'm going to need to order it. Intuition? I shouldn't sound too disappointed by it, but... Okay, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to have one more chat with Mr. Kill. If that doesn't turn out, I know how to get a heart without too much trouble. The real question is, do I want to do anything else? I think we'll use the £1. Well, we have to use the £1 note, actually. Yeah, the question is, do I want to do anything else with the whist? Provide money equal to the cost. The postmistress will make out a postal order. Complete the order. Well, sure. I mean, a heart in a jar. An offering or an exhibit. It's not that hard. I feel like the least interesting thing that I can do with my whist right now is make money with it. But it does sort of invite the question, like, what exactly do I think I'm going to accomplish in the next minute or so specifically with this whist? I suppose cataloging a book. Yeah, you know what? Money's not that important, so... Catalog a nocturnal period. Oh, actually... No, we'll be fine. So, this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's nocturnal period, after the turn of the century. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are almost never contaminated. Now, another thing that I'm going to do that's a little unexpected, but I'm actually pretty happy to be able to do this, because I now have the typewriter, I can do that, and I can add the Edicts Martial. So I can invite Aaron Peel to Hush House, and I'm not going to invite him for the salon, I'm actually going to invite him for language lessons. Look at that happy fellow. Cardia House, Kaina Crete. I have enough here to craft a letter inviting Peel to Brandkrug. The postmistress signs and seals the order and places it in the place that stamped orders are properly placed. Wait 3 days, she commands. So, I need to reorder the... My God! There we go. £0.50, but not half a note. A recent innovation. Now I just need to post it. Dear Dr. Peel. So I don't... Actually, I think if anything, it's probably better that I have him visit overnight, so let's send out the invitation. Patience, thus the mountain awaits the fall of the snow, thus Monday awaits the death of the weekend, thus the postmistress waits for me to purchase the necessary stamp. Stamp, envelope, send. Postmistress examines the letter and deems it sufficient. It'll go with the next post, she assures me. Okay, more vegetables. Not quite sure where I'm going to keep them. I think we're going to have to repurpose the map room. Oh, God bless you. We have the impulse. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? All right. We can afford to keep talking with Mr. Kill. We may want to wind up, you know, he might give us something that we can take overnight. Although I imagine the stolen secret would be helpful for us. Okay, moving on. The whist will be used to generate a... Earth sign, so wrapped in the king. And finally, we will level up Edict's Liminal. Using the Tryst. So another fruit plucked from Knowledge's tree. Improve this skill to level 4. So I'd say that's a pretty good day's work. We managed to level something up. Now again, I was a little surprised that I wanted to get Coil and Chasm up to level 9, but there you have it. I also think I'm going to need considerably more to be able to accomplish that. But again, that's a separate issue. Where the hell do I even put this thing? God, they're really... The fish are just leaping right onto the beach, letting me pick them up. Where do I even put the extra pilchards? The next librarian needs a snack. All right. Nope, can't even fit him in Alopolis Nook. The best I got for now. I'll try and find a better arrangement. Recordings from the Altheban Abyss. Recordings from a subterranean space in the mountains near Baghdad of conversations between the entomologist Juliana Zawadzowski and an unidentified presence. So we have quite a few of these things piling up. But then I've also been trying to work out my path through the Tree of Wisdom, so I really only have myself to blame for that. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. All right, dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? Okay, here we go. We have got, the skill is now level 4, its power aspects have also increased. Now let's just take the time here. I'm going to double check that I've worked this out properly. So for Bossk, the plan was going to be weaving and not working, herbs and infusions, Applebright Euphonies, insects and nectars, rites of the roots, and furs and feathers. Okay. So this means that I can afford to put weaving and not working in the Bossk slot. Although it's going to take a minute here just to... There we go. So we had what remains? Cut a thread and the tapestry remains. Birdsong follows the thread. Or what endures? Cut a thread and the tapestry must be healed. Bossk renews the weave. Health, the dwelling place of the soul, the 9th of the 9 parts of the soul, the only one that can be touched. So theoretically, if I wanted to do something, like I could use this overnight, say, for some reason. I don't really see a whole lot of value in doing that. I mean, I suppose if I really wanted, I could try and... Actually, I guess one small advantage I would have would be... No, I can't do night gardening. Actually, the game specifically forbids that. So, yeah, I think we'll just hang on to it. Nice. I like that emote, Osmond, so thank you for using it. I know I don't give people really much else to do with the points, so... But I like the... It's actually one of the few changes that Twitch has made that... that I like. I like the fact that people don't have to spend money to use the emotes. It feels a little nicer that people have that option. All right, I think I'm going to keep the health to myself. Now, I do face a little bit of a dilemma. I suppose I should work out the order in which I want to do the preservation things. So, preservation. It was Meniscate Reflections. One, two, three, four, five. Stitching and binding. Edicts inviolable. Stone Stories. And Tridesma Hyra. Now, one interesting way of approaching this would be to say, all right, so we're taking some time to look at a tree. So stitching and binding, I actually think there's something of an argument for that to be one of the lower ones, because we have already been able, like, we know we're going to be able to do the effective against infestations element pretty readily. So put that one there. Now, when it comes to something like Meniscate Reflections, so one thing that's worth keeping in mind at this point, I've already decided that these are going to be going in preservation. And what I'm deciding now is at what level are they going in. So for something like Meniscate Reflections, one observation I would make would be that it gives me Forge and Edge. And with Edicts Martial, I have 9 Edge, and Transformations and Liberations, I have 8 Forge. So out of all of the things, and also this gives effective against Theoplasmic Contamination, but again, once you get it to around level 3, you kind of have what you need for that. So I think that's a fairly good argument that Meniscate Reflections can go lower. So that will be level 6. Now, I am slightly inclined to say that Edicts Inviolable is like a big and interesting one, and so does sort of justify a higher level, like a 9. But there's also an argument to say that if I look at something like Stone Stories... Actually, you know what? If Coil and Chasm's going to be the top, then there's very little reason for me to put Stone Stories that high. So maybe that one can go 7. Which then I suppose the question is Tridesma Hyra. I don't really have a super grail, although eventually Leaves and Thorns will be at the top there. Yes, I mean, it's really a question. It's not that big of a deal which one winds up as 7 or 8 at this point. I suppose for my own tastes, I'll say Edicts Inviolable to 9 and Tridesma Hyra to 8. So this also gives me something to work with stitching and binding, Meniscate Reflections, like trying to get these to certain levels. In fact, if you'll excuse me, I'm just going to take a second here to rearrange these numbers so it's a little easier for me to keep track. Sorry, I realize the silence is gripping, but... Okay. So eventually when I get to Birdsong, we're going to be starting at 5. And we'll end with Leaves and Thorns. So what might be interesting to do here, I didn't really want to spend the time thinking about this, but I'm going to take a quick peek. So what I'm interested in here, so like Path and Pilgrim's a great example. So Path and Pilgrim's something that I want to consider putting into the Tree of Wisdoms, just because its only other option is Nyctodromi, and I don't have a whole lot of Nyctodromi options anymore. Wolf Story is a Skolakosophy, so I'm not as worried about that. Hill and Hollow, I think we already said was going into Birdsong. Rhyme and Remembrance can go into Skolakosophy, so that I still have an outside option for. Sky Stories is Horamachistry, so again, we still need to figure out exactly what the path looks like for that. Stone Stories, I believe, was a preservation, so that's accounted for. Pentiments and Precursors is Birdsong or Skolakosophy. And Leaves and Thorns. So what's nice about this is that with that first, like, again, this isn't meant to be some sort of comprehensive accounting or something like that. But what's nice about this is that we've got Hill and Hollow, Path and Pilgrim, and Leaves and Thorns spoken for. So out of the 5 that I'm selecting, I really just need to pick 2 more. And so if I wind up making a really hard decision, because in the end I'm going to need like a lot of Skolakosophy, I can say, okay, well, we knew that there was one that needed Horamachistry, and Horamachistry is sort of already accounted for. So at this point, I'm like, okay, I don't feel so bad giving that one up, let's say. Now, we can't do that until we commit some extra stuff to Horamachistry, so I'm going to take a minute to work that out as well. And again, this is really about making sure that we don't leave out anything that's important. So for Horamachistry, that's Drums and Dances. There'll probably be a few other ones that I want to make sure get committed. For Ithistry, that one's Spices and Savors. But the thing about Ithistry is once we have Horamachistry covered, that'll be up to Horamachistry 5. We start at Ithistry 5. So this tells me that Spices and Savors, it wouldn't be a bad idea for me to move that up to level 5 anyway. In fact, I think I'm just going to say that Spices and Savors should go to level 5, full stop. Okay. So it's also kind of nice that I get to clean out a little bit of my list here. So for the others, we had Skolakosophy. And that one was going to get Horns and Ivories. I think I like the Horns and Ivories for Skolakosophy too, so... And Orchids and Narcotics. Okay, so the reason why I'm taking the time to work this out right now, so again, for preservation, we need 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's going to be Stitching and Binding, Meniscate Reflection, Stone Stories, Tridesma Hyra, and Edicts Inviolable. For Bossk, we're going to want 5 through 9, so that's going to be Herbs and Infusions, Applebright Euphonies, Insects and Nectars, Rites of the Roots, and Furs and Feathers. For Birdsong, we're going to... First of all, we're going to need Horamachistry, but at that point we're going to need Hill and Hollow, Path and Pilgrim, Something Something, and Leaves and Thorns. So I'll just put a big 2 in the middle to make sure that I account for 2 more of those. Now, Horamachistry is going to be an interesting one, right? Because we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in total. So I need 6 more because we've already accounted for Drums and Dances. Ithistry, we've got Spices and Savors. So we've got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? So we need 1, 2, 3, 4 more. And Skolakosophy is going to be another big one. So Skolakosophy, once we commit the relevant skill, we're going to need 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So Skolakosophy is going to have 5, which means we need to account for 3 more. So I can actually take the time to sort of work out a few of these on their own. I don't quite feel the need to. But what I might do is maybe take a look for some of the orphan... some of the orphan skills for the... Okay, sorry. Really struggling with the eraser here. Okay, so yeah, what I might do, so if we take a look at Birdsong... Well, actually, I think we already did this with Birdsong, but I was going to say, like... Path and Pilgrims accounted for, like, Rhyme and Remembrance. That trades off with Skolakosophy, which needs 3. Sky Stories has Horamachistry, which needs 6, so I'd be less likely to go for Sky Stories in this case. Stone Stories, I believe, was already accounted for. Oh, no. Interesting. No, Stone Stories is preservation, so... Pentiments and Precursors, again, we need Skolakosophy. Okay, so let's take a look at Skolakosophy, and let's actually work this out how. So Solutions and Separations needs Ithistry, Wolf Stories needs Birdsong. Rhyme and Remembrance needs Birdsong. We've got Orchids and Narcotics. Serpents and Venoms uses Hushery. Now, Hushery, I think, was spoken for, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, shame on me for not writing this out better. Oh, good God. Okay. This is a complete disaster. Okay, let me just write this out here. So, Nyctodromy... That's going to be... Actually, I don't even need to... Okay, so Nyctodromy should be Cyclone Eclipse at 7. We already committed Watchman's Paradoxes, right? Yeah, so... Edict's Liminal and Coil and Chasm. Ah! Okay, so Hushery. So we've already got Quenchings and Quellings accounted for. Now, I could have sworn that I wrote down the order in which I was going to do that. And again, I apologize for the extended planning here, but we're really at the point where I need to start making some choices on this. Now that's interesting. It actually looks like I've not put as much into Hushery as I thought. So 7 and 8 for Hushery have not yet been accounted for. Let's get that out of the way now. Particularly because I think Hushery is one that... Yeah, so... In this case here, I actually need to be rather careful with Hushery, given that anything that doesn't get committed... So, for instance, we've got Inks of Power. Now, that could potentially be a Horamakastry, or that could be a Hushery. Inks of Revelation, again, that's an Ithistry or a Hushery. So this is one of these cases where I want to make sure anything that goes into Hushery is a... Like, it's the kind of candidate where I'm like, okay, I feel good about placing that there. So preliminal meter, that's clearly not right. Okay, so Snow Stories committed. Do I really have that little Hushery? Okay, so glassblowing and vessel crafting seems like that might have been a choice. Now, going by the one that needs the fewest, it's Birdsong, Scolacosophy, and Ithistry. So let's just see what that leads me to. So Serpents and Venoms. Okay, I think I've got it. So if we do... So Snow Stories is already accounted for. Glassblowing and Vessel Crafting is an Ithistry. Serpents and Venoms is a Scolacosophy. So maybe glassblowing. Glassblowing and Inks of Revelation. Now, if you'll forgive me, I do need to go to the bathroom. I know I promised you flour, or dough, Osmond Meow, so I may actually have to do a little bit of a longer stream. But yeah, I'm going to take a quick break. I won't get tea or anything like that. I may get a glass of water, but it shouldn't be too long. I should be back in a couple minutes. But for those of you who have been with us since the very start, now might be a good time to get up and have a quick stretch yourself. So I'll see you all in just a little bit. Thank you everyone for your patience. Let's get back to business. Okay, so again, I am spending quite a bit of time working out the Tree of Wisdoms, but this is because I'm going to need to make some tough choices in terms of where... wait a minute, didn't I work out birds? No, I guess I didn't. Okay, so actually there is one other thing that I'm going to want to do here then as far as the Tree of Wisdoms is concerned. So now that I've worked out the path for the Hushery, I want to make sure that there are no other Hushery skills that are orphaned. So Sights and Sensations has been committed. Megaphine Mysteries has been committed. Inks of Power has not, so that has to go into Horamachistry. Preferably in one of the earlier, but not the earliest. Slots. Inks of Revelations accounted for. Sacra Lamea is now a Horamachistry. So Sharps, I believe, is already committed. Serpents and Venoms is now Skolakosophy. Okay, looking good. Glass blowing and vessel crafting is going to Hushery, which means, and Snow Stories is already accounted for. So I believe that that is all of the potential Hushery orphans. And this actually gives me some interesting this gives me some interesting implications. Oh, you took a risk on an edge book, and the opportunities it's given you are mood, extra soul elements, you don't have one, and comfort. There's nothing comfortable about edge. Actually, I think there's an edge comfort. So the easiest, I'm sure you've already noticed this, Sulfea, but if you mouse over the aspect, you can actually kind of take a look at the... oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize that the Picnic at the Physic Garden had an edge aspect. But you should be able to mouse over the house. Actually, maybe I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure there's a chair that's edge, but it's probably not going to be a chair that you can access. But now I'm beginning to doubt myself, so I don't think these count as a comfort. I think those are wall art. Oh, here we go. Yes, it is the severe chair. Yeah. So all you need to do is get to the North Servants' Quarters, and you'll be able to use your unfussy marsh green upholstery. Yeah, no, I feel your pain on that, Sulfay. I can definitely remember trying to get through that stuff and going slightly bonkers. Okay. But I have made a bit of progress in terms of the Horamachistry, Skolakosophy, etc. Branches. So again, Skolakosophy, we want 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So that's 5 different slots, and we now have 3. So we've got Horns and Ivories, Orchids and Narcotics, and Serpents and Venoms. So essentially I just need 2 more skills to commit, and we're good to go for that one. Bosk we've already accounted for. Preservation we've already accounted for. Birdsong is going to need 2 others. Horamachistry is going to need 3 more when all is said and done, because we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. My apologies, we need 7. I'm glad I checked. So we need 4 more. Ithistry needs 4 more because we've got Spices and Savors plus 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so Skolakosophy needs 2. So Birdsong and Skolakosophy are the 2 that sort of have have the least to lose. So I suppose one thing I can do here is just take a look at Birdsong. So Path and Pilgrim, I believe, is already accounted for Birdsong. Hill and Hollow is also accounted for. So Rhyme and Remembrance, it may go to Skolakosophy or may not. So let's say Sky Stories was Birdsong or Horamachistry. So right now I'm inclined to making Sky Stories a Horamachistry. Okay. Stone Stories, I believe, was accounted for in Preservation. Pentiments and Precursors was also another one of these Skolakosophy or Birdsong. Aha! Now this is an interesting little dilemma. So when I take a look at all of the Birdsong lessons available to me, right? So we've got Leaves and Thorns. Well, that's already accounted for. We've got Pentiments and Precursors. So that's Skolakosophy or Birdsong. We've got Stone Stories, which is already accounted for in Preservation. We have Sky Stories, which is between Horamachistry and Birdsong. Rhyme and Remembrance, which is between that and Skolakosophy. Hill and Wolf Stories, I think, is the one that okay. So what was kind of interesting, was it Exorcism for Girls? That's a book, not a skill. Sorry, was I may be mistaken. Oh, sorry, you're talking about talking about the book that she was reading. Okay, so actually we have 3 that we can divide between Skolakosophy and Birdsong. In fact, I also get to see some of the descriptions here. So let's take a quick second to see what the results are. So for Wolf Stories, The Wolf's Beginning, the received version of the Book of Suns, tells us that the wolf divided was born from the sun and splendor's division. We know from this that the sun can be reborn only if the wolf joins the sun's other selves. Only if the wolf's hunger is assuaged will it join its other selves, and only the flesh of its other selves can assuage the hunger of the wolf. A second dawn would herald the last day. This is the grim lesson of Skolakosophy. Or The Wolf's Return. Oh, hang on. Yeah, The Wolf's Return. The sanctioned version of the Book of Suns says that the wolf divided was awoken by the sun's division. We know from this that the wolf was its own hour even when the sun was whole, so we glean and we guess that the sun might be healed, and that the wolf returned to its slumbers. So we glean and guess that a second dawn would bring peace, but the wolf will fight to prevent it. This is Birdsong. Okay. So Rhyme and Remembrance, we had what we were, the shapes that loped beside you in the frost, the scraps you gleaned from Call and Periost. Once these were the answers to what may be lost, all part of the matter we call Birdsong. Or secrecy, knowledge, power. The sights we name are rarely named by day. The shapes we seek are rarely sought in clay. The names we claim are often claimed as pay. This is Skolakosophy. Pentiments and Precursors. Carapace of the Lygian Medusa, it has been said, she might be the oldest of her kind still living, and she is dead. Scolacosophists might interpret it thus: she is the oldest of the Segles kind, which is to say, of a carapace lineage famed for the breadth of their wisdom and the complexity of their teeth. Or, Coral of the Lygian Medusa, it has been said, she might be the oldest of her kind still living, and she is dead. Symergists might interpret it thus: she is the oldest of the shared names of the twins. The ours we call the sister and witch, witch and sister. Okay, I think I'm getting close to some destinations here. So one last thing I'm going to take a look at is the Scolacosophy stuff. So solutions and separations could be an ithistry. Serpents and venoms. Let me make sure. Okay, yeah, we're good. Edict's Liminal's already spoken for. Okay, we're starting to get somewhere. So for ithistry, so pyroglyphics is an option. As is solutions and separations. Preliminal meter. Okay. Bells and braziers. Ambery and lapidary. Purifications and exaltations. Okay, Inks of Revelation definitely has to be in there. In fact, while I'm looking at it, so if we brought Inks of Revelation up to 6, I guess technically I want that at 7. Okay. All right, I think we're really getting somewhere here now. So I actually have for ithistry 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I technically have one more than I need. And then for Horamachistry, we say Sacra Solis Invicti. I think Great Signs and Great Scars is already accounted for. Inks of Power. Cool. So I know I have 2 others available there. I suppose I should just clear out the whole list, though. Inks of Containment. Now, I think that was a preservation one, if I'm not mistaken. No, it was not. Okay. Now that's actually a fairly important one for me to keep in mind, because if Inks of Containment has to be committed and I've already got preservation accounted for, yeah, okay. So I'm thinking, let's actually take the time to work this out, because there's a couple here which are an overflow. So for Sky Stories, I want to see what it says in Birdsong. So Sky Stories, Thief of Sights, a Scavenger of Thrones, a Border Reaver, and a Thief of Knots, a Thief of Colors, and a Thief of Bones. This is Birdsong. Hey, congratulations, Selphea. Oh yeah, no, we don't. To me, the cards matter quite a bit. I'm also really hoping that I haven't duplicated entries. Okay, so I've got 5 for Skolakosophy. Now the real challenge here, so what I've got with Horamakastri here is I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 slots that I need to fill. Drums and Dances, Inks of Power, Sacra Lamea, Inks of Containment. One, two, three, four. Okay, actually, that's not so bad. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, perfect, actually. I think I've got this in the bag. Okay, so technically what I've got here with Horamakastri, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. For Ithistry, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but it's actually not a hardship for me to do the one overflow, right? So the one overflow can either go one below on Ithistry, or that can go into Illumination. And I suppose the final insight here would be that if Crack Track is going to be going into Preservation or Lantern... Well, actually, the Preservation or Lantern dilemma is not yet accounted for. But the good news here is that I basically know what skill's going into what slot. I don't think there's any more dispute in terms of the places things go, and it's really just a question now in terms of getting the right things leveled up. Jerk says, I say that joke while having a notepad open with a list of skills and what level slots you want them in on the tree. Yeah, so I haven't gone so far as to like figure out what specific items they will build. I'm not quite that obsessed, but I did want to make sure that I didn't want a situation where I had, how do I put it, like, I didn't want to have a situation where I'd used up two branches, and like I wasn't able to commit something. So if nothing else, I'd just like to have a lot of elements of the soul to play around with. All right, did Peel receive my invitation? Dr. Aaron Peel, exile, riddlemonger, thunderskin devotee. I'd rather say confidant. Impeccably dressed, but always in dark clothing so the stains don't show. Dark the dressings, too, at his ankles and his wrists. I won't take a seat. It's kind of you to offer. It would be unkind of me to accept. All right. We're going to have a chat about Vac. The day, the night, and here we are again in the day. Marvelous. I'm going to give you a hint at something, Oswin. This is going to gesture towards something, and in this case, this is more, I think, kind of funny, and I'm going to show you something that I'm not going to do. So if you decide to go down this path, you're going to see something I haven't seen. So we have two books. We have The Radical Measure, a manifesto for experimental and dangerous-sounding invocatory poetry, written sometime in the 19th century by Dr. Aaron Peel, a notoriously inconsistent and incoherent text, apparently produced in a tearing hurry. And The Radical Measure glossed. The original Radical Measures was a manifesto for experimental poetry with occult properties, written in the 19th century by Dr. Aaron Peel. The original is notoriously incoherent. Much later, Christopher Olopoli took on the task of editing and glossing it. He has taken some liberties, but the updated version is generally well regarded. So what happens if we give him a copy of his own book, but with the edits from Christopher Olopoli? The glossed version. I've been trying to get my hands on this edition for quite some time. Once I have it, I can decide if I need to get my hands on young Olopoli. I'll give you a silver spintria for it. So people will react to handing them certain books. In this case, Dr. Peel actually has a connection to this book, and so will react in a certain way. This is not the only encounter of this nature. But I figured this one, because I'm not going to do it, is one that will make you aware of why you hear about Dr. Peel so much. And perhaps you can also figure out why he only dresses in dark colors. And you can figure out the rest. My visitor can teach me the rudiments of this bold language. After tutoring you, the visitor will leave, even if they arrived on other business. So this will take 3 minutes. This is definitely going to take up a good part of the day, but that's fine because we have other tasks ahead of us. Wrapped in the King, detailed accounts of secret bacchanals and ecstatic dances observed in necropolises and graveyards in southern Europe, in Egypt, and in Anatolia. The author is a self-confessed ghoul, an eater of buried flesh. He claims to have witnessed the dances while at his feasting. The dances draw from the traditions of the mysteries of the cults of Isis and of Sybil, but include both symbolic and literal flayings, and the human heart is always central in the rites. The author punctuates his accounts with queasily sensuous descriptions of his own interrupted feasts. At these greater feasts, a black pig is always crowned as king before its slaying. On this occasion, its heart was weighed in the balance against a knot of feathers, and its skin became a cape for the officiant. Its flesh was left for the crows, but I must confess my interest was not in its carcass, but in the perfumed flesh of the milliner laid fresh in the earth. All right, so a tidy little collection that we've got here. Again, I'm going to have to make some choices in terms of where I commit certain things to the the Tree of Wisdoms. Essentially, I need to decide what I want to prioritize in terms of placements. But I'm in a fairly good spot where I am right now. The one thing I would prefer to do, so when I just take a look at the things that I need to unlock, so we've got what we need for Bossk, you know, Preservation I think is going to give me some things that I can get some core out of. It would be nice to get a couple of levels for Horamakastri, so maybe decide the ones that are lower level that I don't want to prioritize that much. You know, just being able to get some of the, you know, the preliminary work, so I'm deciding, you know, which branch I want to move down as opposed to putting all the, or like limiting my decisions to specific ones that I can currently access. That would be my ideal. But again, it kind of depends how the day goes. It didn't start doing that until your 5th or 6th run. All your early runs were see a gap, panic, overthink, eventually fill the gap. Having my list has eliminated a lot of the perilous decisions that you had about the tree, but loses any flexibility for book spawn RNG. Yeah, so this one's been kind of an interesting one for me because I have sort of taken it as it comes, but I haven't, I haven't really, what's the right way to put this? If I wanted an ideal path through the tree, I think what I would do is I would put a little bit more emphasis on like balancing out these numbers for elements of the soul. And I know that's just simply not going to happen for me. There's a couple things that I can afford to do. So for instance, Inks of Containment, because that's going to be going in, let me just double check where that's going actually. I imagine Horamakastri, but let's just make sure. Yeah, so in the case of Inks of Containment, there's actually something of an argument for this to go into to go into the lower levels for Horamakastri for the simple reason that if it gets me Nillikant, right? I get Nillikant through Solomon's Preparation. Well, okay, fair enough. There's a reason here to bring this up to say, oh, actually, you know what? I think the moon with Lethe might be reason enough. Let me just double check this. I may have come up with a really good reason to level up Inks of Containment now that I think of it. I guess we'd need to use the Noctonary. Wait a minute, the Lethe, though, is not a moon. I'm trying to think of the Asmiel, but God, I can never remember how to make that. That would presumably be a 10, though. Maybe not. Anyway, so I was just thinking, like, if the usual thing for the inks of the ink ones is that like you have your keeper level recipe at the 15 and you have one of those, right? So like you can do Porphyrion with Inks of Revelation, but Inks of Revelation doesn't have the rows. So in this case here, if really what the extra level in Inks of Containment is going to get me is Nillikant, well, we've already got that with Quenchings and Quellings. So it would stand to reason that Inks of Containment is actually one that I might want to put on one of those lower branches just so I can kind of get it out of the way. Okay, technically I haven't learned that yet, so. Oh, well, there you go. Okay, that wasn't it. But Sights and Sensations should still get me Nillikant. Mind you, do I really want to give up? So 12. Yeah, I'd need a 3 winter, so there's a slight argument for doing a slightly better one. Anyways, I don't know. Like, I feel like Inks of Containment is one of these things that I should be willing to give up to to a lower level on the Tree of Wisdoms, just because I can sort of access... well, if nothing else, I can level up Sights and Sensations later and, you know, and give that a little more. I don't know. I'm feeling a little less certain about what I said before, just realizing that I'm a bit short. But still, taking a look at the Tree of Wisdoms, like, I don't think... Actually, we can commit Inks of Content. How bold am I feeling? Let's go for it. When it is permitted, certain knowledge is forbidden to mortals unless it's wisely contained. This law is named Calyptra. The enforcement of this law is named Calyptra also. The 3 hours who enforce it share that name. They permit that knowledge to persist only in certain sanctioned places, and the most dangerous secrets must only be recorded in the inks called Incastum Terminale. Horamachistry teaches us Calyptra's importance. Now, I'm going to double check one more time. So, Stitching and Binding, not yet committed. Meniscate Reflections, not yet committed. Stone Stories, not yet committed. Trades Mahaira, not yet committed. Edicts Inviolable, not yet committed. All right. There is actually one other thing that I can think of here. So for... okay, so if Bossk is going to be furs and feathers at the top... So that's Scale and Sky. And if Preservation's going to be Edicts Inviolable at the top, that's Heart and Moon. Birdsong's Leaves and Thorns, so that's Grail and Nectar. Quenchings and Quellings is Heart and Winter. Coil and Chasm will be Nectar and Scale. All right. So I think there's a couple of interesting implications here. I'm going to come up with a list of everything. So we have Heart. Let's just do it here. So Heart, Grail, Edge. I could probably do this from memory, but I think it's better to be systematic. Moth. Rose, Nectar, Forge, Lantern, Sky, Knock, Moon, or we've already got Moon. Oh, apparently not. Moon, Winter. Okay, so when I take a look at the skills that are maxed out, right? So we've got Edicts Martial, right? That's 9. That's Edge and Moon, right? So we can knock those off the list. We will have Quenchings and Quellings. That's going to be Heart and Winter at a top level. When we max out Bossk, we're going to have Scale and Sky taken care of. Did I forget to write down Scale? Okay, well. Added and eliminated. Heart and Moon we already talked about, so that's actually doubled up by the fact that I'm putting Edicts Inviolable in there. But Trades Mahaira, the alternative that I'm considering is Grail and... Well, technically we didn't have a Grail already. So I may actually mess around with stone stories, but let's just see where we're going. So Heart and Moon have been accounted for. Grail and Nectar are up next, so knock off the Grail. Knock off the Nectar. Scale and Nectar, again, already accounted for. Heart and Winter already accounted for. So overall, we have Moth, Rose, Forge, Lantern, and Knock. So these are the skills that currently don't have a top level representative for them. And the I have three, at the moment I have 3 branches that haven't really been accounted for in terms of skills. So I was originally going to put a fairly high level for drums and dances, but that has Heart and Nectar already. So that doesn't really get me something that I need. So if I do Horns and Ivories, that's a Scale and Knock. So tempting, but it's not quite what we need. Can we do better? Especially because this is kind of already on the way. So Orchids and Narcotics is just Grail and Nectar. That gives us something that we already have. Serpents and Venoms is a bit tempting. Oh no, hang on. That's Moon and Scale, so those are ones that we don't need. Rhyme and Remembrance is Winter and Moon, so that also doesn't give us something that we need. And Pentiments and Precursors is Grail and Scale, so actually all of that stuff, the most likely candidate for improvement would really be Horns and Ivories, so maybe we put that one at the top with a question mark. Okay, so moving on. Our options for Horamachistry. So let's say Drums and Dances and Inks of Power aren't currently candidates. So Sacrolamea will give me High Moth. Inks of Containment's already accounted for, so we'll just knock that off the list. Sacrosolus and Victi is a little tempting because of the Lantern, but we already have the Sky accounted for. Anbury and Lapidary would give us well, that's Forge and Sky, so again, we've already got the Sky accounted for. And Bells and Braziers is a similar story. This gets really interesting. So Solutions and Separations is in a similar... Oh, actually, Solutions and Separations gives me both Moth and Knock. Interesting. Okay. So if I go for Solutions and Separations for the Moth and Knock with... with Ithistry. Not my normal choice. But then that would mean if I go back to Scolacosophy. So Horns and Ivories is Scale and Knock. Orchids and Narcotics is Nectar and Grail. Serpents and Venoms, Moon and Scale. Rhyme and Remembrance, Moon and Winter. Pentiments and Break. Okay, well, it's free for all in terms of Scolacosophy. Fair enough. Oh, actually, Preliminal Meter might also have something interesting to say. So that's a Rose and Knock. Well, yeah. P&E, what the hell is that? Purifications and Exaltations. Okay. So I'm thinking the Birdsong's kind of accounted for, but we can maybe make sure that the Rose is higher on that one. maybe Horamakastri goes for a... I mean, the Disciplines of the Scar is a somewhat high lantern one. So maybe we go... But then again, you can make the same argument for, like, Transformations and Liberations is somewhat high. Sacralamea doesn't go as high as the others. I think we do Sacra Solis Invicti at the top, because that gives me my lantern. And then I need to decide between Anburian Lapidary and Bells and Braziaries, which one would go higher. Still trying to work out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. Yeah, this all fits. I'm gonna check something here real quick. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, I've got a weird but a workable plan. Yeah, I'm going to need to figure out the rest, but... Excuse me. I definitely know more or less what my path looks like through most of the branches. The rest of the numbers I'll work out on my own, but... Excuse me. I did want to take the time to actually work out... So basically, I wanted to make sure that when I... when I was... Sorry, I gotta sneeze again. What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to make sure I can't keep... so maybe if I had worked out the plan a little bit differently earlier on, I could have had like a 10 in all of the various aspects. But what I'm trying to do here is make sure that I've got a high level skill for each of the... Excuse me. For each of the aspects, just so I don't need to rely on high level memories when the time comes. Okay, but the thing right now is I actually need to implement... I need to implement this whole plan. And again, there's a little bit of a dilemma here in terms of when I want to start going with the... I mean, actually, there is a side of me which says, as fun as it would be to do, you know, to do the salon, I think maybe what I should try and do for myself now is take a look at my preservation. So the plan was stitching and binding. Effectively, if I can get to a point where I am... Yeah, so stitching and binding will give me core. So I'm going to put a little C beside everything that gives me core. Meniscate reflections. That's health. Okay, so we don't worry about that. Can't commit birdsong yet. What would the next level for be? So, yeah, actually, Horamacastre's blocking a lot of stuff. So there's a small argument for putting those in. But then again, there's the same argument for Skolakosophy, and I'm not able to touch that at all. Okay, so if we wanted to go down the Bosk path, we'd have herbs and infusions. Now, that's only 2 levels, so I actually think that's realistic. So let's just see what some of our options are there. So we need heart and nectar for that. Easier said than done, apparently. Apparently I used up all my nectar trying to get Coil and Chasm up. Okay. Inconvenient, but... Okay, the Lake Fusino recordings would work here. Knowing how rare it is, though, do I want to give that up? I think it would be worth it. But then I suppose the question is... Okay, so let's think about what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to level up herbs and infusions for Bosk. No, actually, I think, yeah, this is justifiable. So there's a couple things that we know. Number one, I'm not going to be running the Salon tonight. Lake Fusino recordings. We add the core. We add quenchings and quellings. Distant Thunder, perhaps you provided heart, but not enough to match Mystery Heart. If you are lucky, you might still succeed. Interesting challenge here. So, I'm actually 1 short on the heart. I could take a chance. I think I should feel comfortable enough with my chances here. I may regret this, but one thing I can do to push... Actually, you know what? I didn't save any memories. Shame on me. So one thing I can do to push this to my advantage here is because we're leveling up herbs and infusions, I know that I'm going to want... I'm going to want the heart stuff anyway, so I can read something to give me like a... the Cheerful Ditty would be a good example. So that gives me a little bit of an out for the start. I also think this is definitely one of the days I want to bring in Mr. Kill because we need to talk with him about memories. By the way, Oswin, just because of the way the day is progressing and I'm looking at the hour, would you be terribly upset with me if I didn't make dough? Because I thought I had flour, and it looks like I don't. I can also just tell you how to make flour, but I know that's not your ideal. we won't write it off as a possibility, but I definitely need to pick up the pace if it comes to that. Okay, so let's think about the other nectar stuff I can generate that Mr. Kill won't participate in. Actually, I think that's... No, sorry, there's the plant. And in fact, for that matter, there's also the sound, so... Okay, now on top of that, we also want to improve stitching and binding. Now that's actually going to go up to level 5, so that's going to take quite a bit of effort there. But I do have the advantage of using Sky, so things like opening the sky, the invisible opera are options, or would be if I had sufficient Sky aspect. I actually think these are a little harder than I suspect. So let's see here. Glass blowing and vessel crafting would be an example, although 10 knock is not an easy one. Uh-oh. Yeah, again, easier said than done. So stitching and binding, I need to find the heart or the sky, and I imagine the heart is going to quickly become hard to come by. Okay. In a pinch, so we've got 7, 8, and then we would generate 2 from a memory. We'll see what the weather brings. But say we get 2 sky from that, so then I just need 1 more heart or sky. The glaziering and lightsmithing does that for me. Okay, we got it. Fair enough. I think we'll do our best here, Oswin. I'm not promising miracles here, but I think we have sort of a path forward for making this work. In fact, I feel confident enough with where we're at that I'm going to commit the Locksmith's Dream in Cursus. What I might do is I might put my Elements of the Soul on deck, so rather than using them to... Oh, actually, there is one thing I can do, and that's catalog some books with them. So cataloging books will be valuable because that may give me the source of additional skills and memories to work with. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Okay, I don't really think we need to worry too much about Grail, so we can use that on one of the Nocturnal books. Actually, we could use both Grail on the Nocturnal books. Okay, so that's a start. Now, in an ideal world, what we're going to be doing is we're going to... So I want to set aside 1 heart just in case. But I believe the plan was for this one, with drums and dances, we were going to level up herbs and infusions to level 5. And then we were going to take a shot with opening the sky, and we were going to use that to level up stitching and binding. Which means... Ooh. Yeah, so that's 2 for herbs and infusions, and stitching and binding will eventually need 3. We're definitely using more elements of the soul when the time comes, or restoring elements of the soul when the time comes, but the time has not yet come. We'll see whether or not the weather smiles. Oh man, did it ever. All right, cool. So I wonder if I can turn that into an opportunity with the Invisible Opera. Under other circumstances, I would really want to take this opportunity, but I think it's better for me to... Oh man, I am playing with fire with this, but... So I do need another sky. I'm going to roll the dice, and I'm going to go for a... Ugh. I'll take the storm. This is something that Mr. Kill can potentially generate, but it's a lower chance than... No, hang on. Confounding Parable. Wait a minute. Confounding Parable. What does Confounding Parable get me to... help me with these other ones? No, Storm is still the right call. Hey, Prosciutto Fist, did you do your history stream? And we're going to read What Does Not Bark, even though that's not technically in the order. Wonderful. All right, well, we're going to take a quick second here and shout out Prosciutto Fist. So how did it go, by the way? So Prosciutto Fist is a wonderful broadcaster, somebody who I found through Book of Hours. She actually originally streamed this game because it looked similar to Strange Horticulture, but she is a wonderful variety broadcaster. I've seen her do a ton of different games. So, but oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, I was talking earlier about Oswin and how she seems to show up in all the history-oriented streams that the broadcasters I like do. And Prosciutto Fist is exactly the person I was talking about to do those history streams. So tonight was New Orleans Vampires, and I'm rather sorry to hear that it was a little bit of a bust, because first of all, Pro is a wonderful personality. Also, I think a lot of you are maybe a little surprised in terms of how I act in her channel compared to mine, but the long-suffering Prosciutto Fist, we will call her. But yeah, no, I think she's a lot of fun to hang out with. Like, again, just a really good, just a really nice personality, really engaging streamer. But one of the real joys I have found, do I act like a troll or am I just a troll? But no, one of the real joys is that Pro definitely has again, a very quick wit, and she applies it very well to these history streams. It's a real joy to watch, and I do happen to know that she puts a lot of effort behind the scenes into them. So if you get a chance to watch them, I don't know if they're every Wednesday, but they are on Wednesdays. So in addition to being just a fun streamer to watch, I actually think that Prosciutto Fist does... Okay, we were never going to get the Book of the White Cat. So stories brought by a blind white cat to Penelope of Gordian. But anyways, in addition to just being a respectable player of games in the first place, I actually really enjoy watching Prosciutto Fist stream just as a watcher of Twitch, because I think she's doing something original and a lot of fun to watch. So I do highly recommend checking out her stuff. Hey, Bonkel. Sorry, I don't know if I saw you in here a little earlier and I just wasn't paying attention, but good to see you. All right. A sense of awareness persists, but the plant remains immobile, unsettling, but harmless. It doesn't even have thorns. So right now, I'm going to keep all of the elements of the soul available for these, for the memories. Okay, Gemini Volume 2... I think is one that we can read, but I'm just going to stick this in the pile. Hang on. Yeah, that's not cursed. The Ceaseless Tantra. Okay, that's definitely one that we can apply to my current goals. Whether I do or not is a whole other question, but I'm going to put that over here. We have got The Wonderful Shape, a Kilisimi book with Tradisma Hyra, because of course we need more Grail and Moon. All right. And the Admonitory Automata project, which will give us Lockworks and Clockworks for a mere 10 forge. I believe we can also try reading... Yeah, the Open Head we haven't read. Actually, it looks like we haven't really touched any of these. So that'll give me something to work with. Maybe let's try moving these ones off to the side. Yeah. Okay, so again, we're going to leave all this stuff aside until we have a clear idea in terms of... Oh, sorry, I did say I was going to generate a heart that Mr. Kill couldn't generate, so... Ping! I also want to make sure that we don't miss opportunities with our heart. Now my ideal, I suppose, would be... Well, Elements of the Soul aren't that hard to bring back. In fact, speaking of, I should be working on bringing this Faust back immediately. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. So yeah, I don't know, Elements of the Soul aren't that hard to bring back. Okay, Soul, Duende, and Stuff Also Things. So we need one more heart. The thing that scares the hell out of me here is that I'm actually going to need to pay attention to this long enough to remember, but if I add the Witch and Sister, that will be sufficient for Stuff Also Things. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering the farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. It is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. And the Perugian Diaries. In 1907, at the age of 18, Christopher Olopoli left Strathcoyne's household to study theology at the University of Perugia in Italy, enrolling under the name Christopher Strathcoyne. For 4 years, since his adoption from a Bristol orphanage, Olopoli served as Strathcoyne's pupil and protege, but his relationship with this austere and secretive man was always complicated. His journal confides, "I still think Fraser's intentions are good, certainly he agrees, but I never understood the final goal of his investigations, and he was never prepared to enlighten me. And good intentions or not, I can no longer bear the stream of eyes. We have agreed to part almost amicably." Elopoli left Perugia in 1909 without completing his degree. He had long lost interest in his studies, and the latter half of his journal is concerned with his studies of Umbrian folk songs and notes towards his own compositions, which are of widely varying quality. One of the better ones, in the Marshes of Night, suggests he visited the old site of the old Lake Fucinus near Ortuccio. So here we get a cheerful ditty, a rousing little rhythm. And we're going to be using that to level something up, but again, it kind of depends on how the day goes. All right. The Hush House key, heavy enough that it takes both hands to turn, heavy enough to brain someone, though you'd need both hands for that too. Serena Blackwood herself forged this key. I am tired of losing it, she said. Memory sound. A memory lasts longer than an echo. Of course, when speech came into the world, we could cast echoes into words. And we could cast echoes into words. Things got more complicated. Okay. Let's see how this all turns out. Still have a minute and 23 seconds for our language lessons. What does not bark? Alexander Probst writes warily of Calyptra, a law or principle or society which prevents the dissemination of dangerous knowledge. Calyptra, like the planet that occludes the star or the Doylean dog that fails to bark, can be identified only by its absence. Even the name, I think, must be a mask. Calyptra is said to make exceptions specifically for the libraries of the Watchman's Tree. Does it make those exceptions so the Hours can make use of them? Okay, storm. There are thoughts, storms great enough to shake the moon from the sky and one's thoughts from one's skull. So we've got 4 sort of heart nectar-ish memories to work with. Whether we choose to use them for this is another question. Alright, so I need 1 sky, and I need either the Epiphany, the Soul, or Ubi Sunt. Oh man, I'm trying to remember if Epiphany or Ubi Sunt cover these. I think I wrote this down, actually. If you can just give me a sec. Normally I just like saying, well, let's roll with it, but this is a real decider here, so I am actually going to take the time to look at my spreadsheet. Problem is it's on the laptop, so I need to open that up. So Epiphany... I'm pretty sure Actually, I don't even think Epiphany has Lantern now that I think of it. I wrote Forge and Moth? Doesn't quite seem right. Oh, no, hang on. It's Awen. Awen. Yeah, hang on. I need Awen for, like, everything. Yeah, this is totally not going to work. So I need this. Okay, so Jesus. This is going to be hard. Okay, so this one I need to wait for stuff also things. Okay, we're skipping over it. I will never get my comeuppance, Prosciutto Fist. Okay, good. We'll lock this one in. So now I just need to wait for the stuff. The Witch and Sister. The Witch and Sister unites what is at rest. She is sought at the water's edge and beneath the moon. She cannot be separated. She cannot be touched. She is coral, amber, pearl. You're joking. Oh, right, because it's a painting, not a thing. Damn it! Hush House Key. No, the Hush House Key isn't heart. No! Oh god, there are so few things now. It used to be that everything was a thing. I mean, this is a thing that will be consumed, so let's see if we can do better. There we go, the reference image. Falling apart in front of your eyes, is it, Prosciutto Fist? And what exactly do you see? Okay, here we go. The Invisible Opera, unfinished recording. A recording of a 1911 attempt at a performance of Wings Within Wings, the so-called Invisible Opera. The singers complete the skewbald aria, Beneath Our Skin, and A Rose in Maya without incident, but the Invisible Opera is dedicated to Pharisref the Magpie, who delights in unexpected interruptions. The recording ends with a clamor of horrified voices, a grating metallic screech, and a soft brass buzzing that fades into burring silence. It used to be everything was a thing, a modern scholar. Do you see what I have to put up with here? It's not that I troll Prosciutto Fist because I like being a troll. I troll Prosciutto Fist to defend myself from these horrible slanders. Alright, so the Invisible Opera gives me... Oh, also a cheerful ditty. Well, can't win them all. There's a couple of strings and songs, so we were going to use that to... I should actually probably make a marker here, so this was going to be to stitching and binding at level 5, if I recall correctly. Yeah. And then we were also trying for Bossk Herbs and Infusions to 5. Now, what am I doing? Troll Fist, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Now this is the point where I can really start, like, pushing pretty hard on moving up stitching and binding. So one easy thing that I could do would be to combine the sound and the storm. Yeah, I think at this point we're just going to throw whatever memories we can at the problem. So I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. And then, of course, we'll use, right now we're using the storm, which we can get from Mr. Kill, and the sound, which can come from the key. So we'll use the key when we can. Like I said, we're just going to try and move all these things as often as we can. Here we go. The Lake Fusino recordings of the folk dances of the Fusine marshes. The wailing of flutes, the roaring of drums, cries like birds lost in the marshes. These are the songs that the sisters sang to the witch, that the Thunderskin roared to the sky, the songs with which the Dwendrazons of the Mansus keep their vigil. Once heard, they are not forgotten. Okay. So this will get me a beguiling melody. Ooh. now that's committed. All right. And 2 drums and dances. Now again, the drums and dances are about boosting up the herbs and infusions. We only need 2 of those, so. And in 36 seconds, we're going to be able to start using Mr. Kill to generate some memories. So it wouldn't be a bad idea for me to take some time here. So again, remembering that I'm going to want Faust and... Actually, okay. So for leveling up herbs and infusions, I have to use my health. So we're going to set 2 of those aside here. For stitching and binding, I need health and Sky. And I know that I'm going to have a Faust back. So yeah, I just need another one of the health set aside. Okay, so yeah, we're good once this Faust comes back. So the rest of these are going to be dedicated to leveling up. Okay, so if we're going to be leveling... This is going to be level 3, then I need 4 and 5, so we need... Okay, so definitely the Singlefoot songs make sense to research. So again, I'm looking for heart, sky, and nectar that I can generate that won't potentially be generated by Mr. Kill. You mean this desk that you don't have access to? Well, actually, I guess your consider verb also does that, but I suspect you're probably also going to want to take advantage of a tool. Okay, it could just be that I'm not thinking straight, but the more... So now that if I use the Swaddled Thunder, that's going to unravel the thing, so I don't really want to mess with that right now. I think when it comes to... Oh no, hang on. A Confounding Parable is another sky that I can use, so... I don't even know what order I'm going to do here, so we'll read the other line. Okay, The Locksmith's Dream in Cursus. The 5th and final volume of Teresa Galmier's notorious work, which began as an examination of the parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans, but became an account of her own occult journey. This volume was apparently never published nor allegedly even written, yet here it is. The law goes all the way back to stone. The keys cannot be held or owned. This had, I believe, the unexpected consequence that those outside the law may hold and own them, but even they cannot keep them. And of course a key is no more physical than a spirit, but a spirit may be housed in a body, and I have touched a key with my own hands. So the Legions hold the keys. I thought the Legions only old and powerful transgressors of the crime of the sky. But I begin to understand that the crime of the sky is more even than it seems, and why a twin, who unites what is not to be divided, might accept a Legion as her name. So there's a Glazerian lightsmithing. We're going to use that in the same way we're using strings and songs, and Sacre Bleu! Confounding Parable has confounded me again. But I have a sneaky way out of this, I think. Because I'm going to need 3 memories. So I can either use the cheerful ditty, or I can generate the heart again. Sorry, Oswin. The cat and the owner. Yeah, so if I generate the sneaky heart, I can still make this work. Okay, better now. Let's bring back a Foss just for safety. I'm probably overdoing it in terms of restoring elements of the soul and such, but... Okay, so what we're going to do here is we are going to consider the Hush House key. So that'll take 30 seconds, so in this case we don't need to worry about the confounding parable overwriting this one. And then we also get to talk with Mr. Kill soon. I deserved a little quiet time. I've learnt enough to puzzle out books in this language, though it might be slow going. Alright, Vac. Before gods arose from blood, before ape ever stood upright, this was the language heard in the House of the Sun. I am Vac, the peacock door boasted, both the tongue and the goddess. I am the only entrance into secret light. I was worshipped before you upright apes, and I will be still when all of you are ugly ash. Listen, I will prove it. With that in mind, we will be elevating Crack Track when the time comes. So, okay, so we are definitely committing Vac as soon as we can, and that is going to be going into Nyctodromy. An arrangement, something not commonly understood. Without Vac, the exception, there could be no Calyptra, the law. Vac in this sense, and perhaps in every sense, Calyptra's servant. Sorry, is in this sense, and perhaps every sense, Calyptra's servant. This is known to scholars of the night arts. You were trying to find an emoji to represent the Donner Party as part of the history stream poll, and everyone that you pick seems mean. Have you ever thought about, I don't know, streaming about nice things? Chat, feel free to put your Donner Party emoji suggestions in chat. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. They literally have a freezing man one, but that's rude. Alright. So we're making some progress here. So I do want to be fairly quick on this, so we'll take stitching and binding, glazer and lightsmithing, and this one we can use the Faust, another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree, improve the skill to level 4. So clarifying here, so I don't quite see why I need this whist set aside anymore. We have the 3 that we need for the 2 skills that we're working on. And so again, we are going to be working with Mr. Kill, but I can actually, I can make life a little bit easier for myself. With strings and songs, I can bring in, well, first of all, we're getting Confounding Parable to begin with. And we're getting the Singlefoot song, so that's 2 of the 4 that I need. So if I bring in another Beguiling Melody, which is pretty simple, we will use the... I guess we can use the whist. So that's 3 of the required 4. Well, the good news is I'm pretty sure the Donner Party's not coming after you for your all of your very unkind words. So life goes on, for most of us anyway. Yeah, I think I'll probably just make the... I'll just get the sound again. Singlefoot Songs. Father Stanislav John Schaller, priest and diplomat, writes of his time in the slopes of Huashan, near the Grove of Green Immortals, but never too near. Schaller's relations with the Grove are cautious. It's a library of the tree, but under the hand of the hour named Applebright. In time, however, Schaller comes to be more sympathetic to the Applebright, which he suggests causes harm only when so invited. The Singlefoots of the title are one-horned, one-footed hill things with sweet but powerful voices, powerful enough to open the mountain. The Singlefoots sometimes trample pilgrims, sometimes heal them, sometimes coerce them to enter the mountain and become Singlefoots. Schaller explains that when he found this last becoming too tempting, he decided to return to his homeland. Oh, so just like the mountain people. Do you have a Singlefoot in your picture? And the other line, one of Samuel Savage's more thoughtful works, an allegorical play about the city Clarity, a city that is also a book, and the sentences which inhabit it. The Lord's Proverbial and the Lord's Disquisitional war in the streets of Clarity, while the punctuants get drunk on ink and supply the jokes, though by Savage's usual standards there aren't very many jokes. The final act sees the Lord's Proverbial unsealing the city Clarity's gate to expel the population into the unknown. The formula that they use for the unsealing is a real one. It can be used with knock and preliminal meter to create a gate sign of power. The moth, the grail, and the egg unhatching all tell different stories of the world's beginning. One of those stories is the oldest, but it may not be the first. Okay, so I need to start thinking a little bit about how I'm going to pull off all of my goals today. Okay, so we definitely have strings and songs in the bag. Ooh. So I don't even need to worry about the... Nice. Okay, so I actually don't need to worry about the key even. So realistically, okay, let's actually take a minute here and think about what I'm going to need to... So Sophia makes a point here, so I'll go even one further. So in all seriousness, though, it's very interesting from an anthropological standpoint that so many human civilizations value the sacredness of the remains of the dead to such a degree that they would rather starve to death and honor those who have already died rather than consume the dead and live. Prosciutto says, yes, a lot of human nature can be learned from a single trip, even just about social and group dynamics as well. And I will point out to you that I know a few vegetarians for various ethical reasons and such, and I think I can sort of understand that. But there are also the climate arguments. And of course, we will reflect on certain things such as, AI, and some people saying, well, if there isn't a life with creativity, then it's a life not worth living, and you need to take people at their word with that. The fact of the matter is that even if we start getting energy efficiency for AI, Jevons paradox tells us that we'll just be using more and more AI. So the reduction of the reduction of the cost of using AI just means that it'll increase, and so we'll still continue to have the carbon emissions and consumption and all of that. And towards ends that people say, will remove creativity from their life, and so as a result they wouldn't necessarily want to carry on. And it seems to me that we have an option here, because there is no greater emitter of carbon than people. So if we switch to a cannibal diet, we can offset the emissions from AI, and you know. Well, you were basically, you're getting close, for sure. I just took a longer way around there. All right, the skill is now level 4. Its power aspects have also increased. So I think probably what I can do here... Well, I was going to say I could use the scent, but I really can't. So let's level up... I'm actually in a little bit of a bind here. I'm going to switch out the Storm for the Cheerful Ditty, because the Storm is the thing that potentially can get replaced. Oh, but Herbs and Infusions needs 3. Okay, so I need to do all 3 here. I can live with that, I think. It's a little weird, but I can still make this work. Another fruit plucked from Knowledge's tree. Improve the skill to level 4. So, I can get the Cheerful Ditty back by reading. I just think Selpheia's big old killjoy, for those of you who want my opinions on that. But okay, so let's take a minute here and see what we need to have happen. So we have 2 skills that I need to level up. One of them is Stitching and Binding, which is going to need 2 more Sky or Heart memories. And then Drums and Dances is going to need 4 Heart or Nectar memories. So one thing that's useful for me to keep in mind here, I can generate I can take 1 minute. I'm going to need a full minute to level these up. In terms of generating Sky memories, we are currently... So I'm currently getting a Beguiling Melody, so that's 3 of the 4 that I need. I've got the Confounding Parable. Now, Perugian Diaries can also be used for drums and dances. So let's think about another Sky that I can generate that wouldn't be... Well, okay, actually, now's the time for me to start doing some of the weird and wonderful stuff, because I want to start using my Elements of the Soul for other things. So, let's say we'll take my Shapt, and I'll get another Storm. That one requires Fusine. So that should cover me for strings and songs. Now, drums and dances. Let's start with all the nectar that I can get my hands on. So we begin... Well, actually, just going from top to bottom probably makes as much sense as anything else. So patterns doesn't help. Storms we're already working on. Intuitions doesn't help. Regrets doesn't help. We already have a Confounding Parable. Contradictions doesn't, Foresight doesn't, Gossip is Grail. Impulses... Please tell me I'm already getting a satisfaction. No, we're getting a satisfaction here. Okay. So impulses. We will move on to Malachite Supplications. So that is one of the 4 that I need. Solace will help as well. Two of the 4. Satisfaction will be 3 of the 4. And I guess I use the key or the nectar to get the last one. I feel like I should have one. Oh, of course, the earth sign. All right. So this, of course, frees me up for Crowcross Sands and the... Actually, we can also go to the Sweet Bones. This frees me up for Crowcross Sands and the Moor. Okay. Sorry, I'm not deliberately ignoring chat, but I'm definitely getting caught up. It's just I don't have that much time left in the day, so I want to make sure I'm making the most of the time. So I think one of the Fet or Trist will wind up getting me my Earth sign back, which I'm fine with. I would feel a little bit better if I was generating something else with the Fet and the Trist, but honestly, most of it is just not going to stick around. Now, I suppose the other thing that I could consider would be, once these are done, there's a whole other batch of books that I need to read. Well, okay, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, because I am going to wind up streaming this on Friday, and I need to remember this. Who are you again? Proskytio Fist? Oh, I thought you were gonna deliver the "Don't you know who I am?" Okay. The Wind's Ruin, the second volume of the Meditations of Abbot Thomas of the Abbey of the Black Dove. Abbot Thomas speaks of his time as a raider when his name was not Thomas but Toke, scything the sea, striving for plunder. Abbot Thomas clearly regrets his storm years, and much of the book is taken up with his thoughts on penitence, but there are hints that he also misses those years and the companionship of his sword brother, ship brother, Trygeave. Okay, so the Beguiling Melody has to be used with strings and songs. So what we want to do here really is just clear out strings and songs as soon as we can. So with that in mind, let's think about the fastest way that I can get that done. So we've got 29 seconds left for Perugian Diaries. Now, Perugian Diaries can be used with drums and dances. Drums and dances can be used with herbs and infusions. We've got Orchid Transfiguration. Oh, crap. I forgot what I was doing with all of these. Okay, I think most of these are all... Actually, I may have already solved this. Okay, so... 1, 2, 3, 4. We're short 1. Okay, so the safe bet is just to ding the key again. And we will probably not have enough time to use these overnight. So one of these we'll use for the earth sign, the other one I'll just keep around. And of course, Mr. Kill will wind up giving me like a heart or a nectar or something, and I will shake my fist to the heavens, but we had the elements of the soul. It made sense to do it. Okay. Now I do have the option of trying to open up more of these rooms, but the thing is right now I'm looking to get my elements of the soul so that I can host this salon in a reasonable time. We did just read Perugian Diaries recently, so I'm going to set that aside. Here we have the sound. Those Who Do Not Sleep, the mystic Broadnax, discusses the origins of the sister and witch, and of the Thunderskin. The sister and witch were born in 2 wombs, one poor, one rich, across the sea. The sister was stronger in the aspect of heart, and so their survival was assured. The witch was stronger in the aspect of grail, and so they were not satisfied. When the sister and witch came west, the red grail permitted their ascension, but then grew jealous of their power. It lured a great musician into the ranks of its names and caused them to be reborn from blood as a heart hour, so that the Grail might maintain dominion there also, but its victory is not assured. The Orchid Transfigurations, Noon, the 3rd volume of a compilation of Quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is in the original Latin. A long dialogue between the Mountain Mother and the Vigilant Storm describes the ways in which both mountains and storms end, and the protections they use against those ends. But we must use the knife, said the lion-throned one, the noose, the flame, the waking word against those who have passed the 3-valve door, and so none may pass. That is our law, and the law of the sun. So there's a solace. The Rose of Nuriel. A volume of, you know what, I think I probably have one more than I need. A volume of collected teachings of the Sisterhood of the Knot, that arcane contemplative order that existed in all histories, but in some was very powerful indeed. This was recorded by Nuriel and dedicated to Saint Tryphon. Saint Tryphon, Nuriel explains, performed secret miracles in the name of she who bleeds and bears, and she who opens. Thus Saint Tryphon opened the way to the house of the sun. Thus Saint Tryphon underwent the great birth, an ascension to immortality. Saint Tryphon begins his ascension by passing the horn door. Saint Tryphon continued his ascent by learning the invocation Theatic, which Nuriel does not here record on account of its extreme holiness. As Nuriel explains grimly, to achieve the 7 marks of the great birth, Saint Tryphon consumed those whose soul had left them, and even those in whom the soul remained. So, satisfaction there. So, Malachite Supplicate, we definitely have too much. Malachite Supplications, prayers addressed to the Malachite by the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. If we should flourish not, let our enemies flourish in that time when we are no more. One prayer describes how a strong degree of nectar aspect can be used with Lethe and Tridesma Hyra in rites to bring forth the last nectar of the last history, the living ink, the ink in secret. So there's an impulse which we will use with that. Alright. I'm really short on some of the stuff that I can do here. So, let's... okay, so what I need to think about right now... First of all, let's make sure that I don't have anything else. So Crowcross Sands and the Moor are fine. Don't seem to be using any other elements of the soul. So I don't need to restore my earth sign. So one of the things that I may want to consider here is that if I'm going to be committing stitching and binding and herbs and infusions, it may help for me to consider what other aspects I might need. So for instance, Meniscate Reflections needs Edge and Forge, which I currently don't have for either. Well, actually, I guess I have Foresight, so that's something. And then for, what was it? We're adding herbs and infusions to Bosk. Okay, so actually Applebright Euphonies takes Grail and Sky. So what it seems to me is we should take the Confounding Parable, because that has Sky in addition to 2 other aspects. So we can use the Satisfaction here, we can use the Impulses here. Confounding Parable is something I can keep overnight that I don't need to worry about Mr. Kill. Not the first. I'm blaming Alexis's games. You're all deeply disturbed. But yeah. So in this case here, I think we can. Yeah. So we use these 4. We're still good. We've got heart, nectar for drums and dances. We'll use that to bring herbs and infusions up to 5. And I preserve the option of the Confounding Parable for the next day. So satisfying to have come so far. Improve the skill to level 5. I need to keep the health aside, the Tryst and the Fat. Maybe I have the time to... I don't know. Like, maybe it works for timing. It doesn't feel great to try, so let's think about... Is there something tangible that I can make with these? Well, I guess I can try doing some cooking, given that Oswin did want to see that, so we can use the Tryst... What scraps do I have sticking around? I mean, I could also try and make something like Azamil, but... okay, so let's... I mean, like, so... There's some that I can make which aren't too exciting. So I've got the pilchards, and then I can add that with the crusty bread, which is kind of a scarce item given that I don't have the dough. So make pilchards on toast, a dish with heart, moon, nectar, and scale. Tastier with fresh or at least tinned pilchards, but this will do. Yes, no, it's all, so the specific requirement, I'll try and show you next time I level something up. But yeah, the real trick to sort of finding the clever things to do in this game is keeping a very literal interpretation of what the oh, hang on, do I have the mushroom? I don't know if I have the mushrooms on toast anymore. Oh yeah, no, there they are. Yeah, so the one real trick on this one is the more literal you can be in interpreting what the game wants, the better you are when it comes to doing certain... Oh, hang on. Did I just finally find... Ah, yes. Okay. Roast potatoes and magnificent roast potatoes. I think this is actually why I wound up ordering more potatoes, but that's fine. Anyways, I'm going to shut up and figure... Oh, hang on. Dawn Lion coffee. We're going to brew some coffee. Brew over the fire, bring the water to the boil, permit the potential here to express itself. I still don't have anything I can do with the fet. Or, well, that's not entirely true. I can try and make something with the fet. So, if we take the dispensary... I don't really have a high rose anywhere. Mind you, this may make an interesting ink. Okay, so first of all, I need to find something that actually takes fet. Probably an altar at this point. Although a desk would be better. So yeah, I think Inks of Power is my best option. Okay, I can make a salt sign if I am so inclined. Let's add the lunar globe. And if I wanted an alternative, what other rows do I have? So preliminal meter. That would allow me to make a confounding parable, which I already have. Or I could take the sky stories and make another confounding parable. Or I could take Path and Pilgrim and create a salt sign. Well, I mean, it's better than nothing, I guess. Alternatively, I could take, and I think this is actually the better option here. So let's go to Natan's desk. And what I can do there is I can basically take any of the relevant skills. So I can make Eigengrau or Regensburg Bomb. I could, in fact, also make Solomon's Preparation if I had a flower. What are the other skills? Transformations and Liberations, I think we're coming up short. Horns and Ivories. This Clivre's isn't all that exciting. I can always make another Peribiot. Actually, you know what? Peribiot is not bad. I feel that getting a little bit of an edge for any kind of book reading with inks would not be a bad idea at this point, because I'm going to be fighting. I think I'm going to be fighting for my life on a couple of these skills until I get everything committed to the Tree of Wisdoms. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? I'm trying to remember. There's the story of Valentine having like a party for the birds. I'm trying to remember. I always liked the description of it, but I'm actually trying to remember how you get it again. Anyway, let's focus on the task at hand. So, stitching and binding. Nothing is entirely broken nor entirely whole, not so long as we have our needles. Mushrooms! Eat them on toast, bake them with potatoes, or pickle them alone. Did I ever do the potatoes? I don't think I ever did the potato and mushroom dish. Let me just double check that in my... Oh no, mushroom and potato bake. I did make one of those. Valentine saw clearer than most of us. He's a deeply misunderstood and important character. Okay, contraband jetsam, just what the doctor ordered. Where am I going to put this? Okay, Pro's going to be happy. It's on the bridge. Steam and scent both rise. It's ready. Okay, time to commit the last skill. Herbs and infusions. Drums and oh yeah, sorry. So just to again, where we get to the really literal interpretations here, Sylphea. So specifically, what the game is asking for here is it wants an element of the soul with heart or nectar. So in this case, there's no rule saying that it has to be health. This could also be core. Under memory, it has to be heart or nectar. So again, there's no rule saying it has to be sound, storm, solace, and impulse. It could be an earth sign. It could be a curious hunch. There's any number of those. And that no, I don't regret at all. I'm actually just going to be very interested when you get deeper into the house whether or not you have the same opinion of Valentine that you do right now, because one of the things that I think is really fun about Book of Hours, so like I have the benefit of playing this game coming from Cultist Simulator, and so in Cultist Simulator, I like anytime I see the gods from nowhere, I'm like, nope, get that away from me. We're not touching that. Gods from nowhere are a non-starter. And then as I continue to read more in the game, I'm sort of like, well, okay, I think I'm starting to see the role that they play now, and I don't trust them, but I think I kind of get it. And then I'm like, and then there's that side of me in the background saying, no, that's how they get you. Stop that. Whether you are new to the setting or whether you are a veteran, I feel that this is a game that does a good job of sort of challenging some of the assumptions that you might have even in the earlier stages of the game. You learn more about the house and its history and its denizens, and you start getting different ideas. So a good example, I like leaving breadcrumbs for people. So, and this will depend on some of the books that you may get. But Red William, and if you want, we can actually have a chat about this inside of the chat. But particularly for Sylphea and Oswin, who have not yet played the game all the way through, it'd be interesting to hear what both of you think of Red William, and maybe where you have heard of Red William, and if you think that there is anything more to it, or if there's a specific role that he's played and you've got as far as you think you're going to, or like basically how much do you think you know about Red William, and is there any mystery, or is this a red herring? Because I am not above giving both of you a red herring at this point. Anyways, yeah, so the final thing I was going to say, Sylphea, is that we were talking about the lesson, and it's completely sensible to say, oh, okay, drums and dances, I can use, this with the drums and dances skill. But what I think is interesting about this one is there's absolutely nothing. What it does say is that there has to be an essential, a lesson. Okay, well, this definitely has a lesson. And it has to have either heart or nectar, right? But as it says, to go in the slot, an object must match at least one of these. And so technically, while the game isn't explicit about it, you can definitely subvert certain knowledge into other skills. For the same reason that memory didn't need to have heart and nectar, so too with the lesson. This is a really good example here where the game has a number of things that just naturally you think have to be the case, but in fact, the game actually does not make it. It's not a requirement for some of these things. Even though obviously some people are going to be in a position where they may feel like there's nowhere to progress just simply because they haven't tested the other way around. So I don't think he gets mentioned. He might get mentioned in some of these, but I believe the house will mention Red William in the stores. Yeah. So Red William, again, the book. It's interesting that you found the book, Oswin Meow, because your opinion of Red William may change if you get the book. And so if you're reading it the other way around, then it may be another one. Now, again, I don't want to suggest that Red William's a particularly, I don't think they're the most interesting character. they're just an example of a character who, depending on what you run into in the game, you may have a different view of who they are and what they're about, depending on sort of the order in which you encounter certain things. And this would be true of a few others as well, so there are certainly some rivalries in the setting that you know, you may take a certain view on, and then when you learn more about the individuals, you may have a different view. So some authorities claim it's difficult to lose a pot of Peribiot ink, but they haven't lived in Hush House, which binds to the one whose name is here written, a minor ink of power. The skill is now level 5. Its power aspects have also increased. All right, so I think the time has come for us to commit a few items. So let me just double check that I got this right. So stitching and binding should be going in preservation, and it should be herbs and infusions that goes into Bosk. So stitching and binding, preservation. A deft enough binding might heal anything. Flesh, spirit, song, stone. That would be preservation. The Bosk. Herbs and infusions. Pluck it, powder it, mix it, warm it, drink it. But not that one. Just double checking. The root and the source. In the innermost walled garden of the palace of the Shadowless Kings in Persia, there grew a yew tree older than any other. Its root was red, its flowers were black, its berries were white. The kings would leave their girl children overnight in the nest of its roots, in memory of the great mother of their line, and so their daughters were assured health, longevity, and wisdom. This is the source of all our science, and this is Bosk. I've so far only leveled up skills by using their associated lessons and assumed that was required. I hadn't actually looked at what the slot required, so noted. Yeah, and I mean, again, this is definitely one of these things where I don't think anybody should feel like, oh God, you know, I don't know this game, or, you know, it's, this is LOL, this game is for smart people. It's just one of these things where when you play games and when when you're used to certain experiences, it is very easy to just sort of, I don't want to say go on autopilot, but it's quite easy to take a number of things for granted, despite the fact that the game has never really explicitly told you something. And again, it's the way we get through life, right? We often rely on these shorthands to be able to just like not have to ponder the nature. Like, you know, if I'm going to the store and I have the choice between like no-name batteries and like Duracell, I'm not sitting there, you know, thinking, oh, you know, how much energy does it take? You know, look at the back of the specs and like, okay, are these the same? You know, are they, how much charge does it hold? Is there any kind of a, you know, like there are all of these different things which you can go into, and like, if you want, you can sit down and ponder the nature of electricity when buying a pack of batteries. Or you can just say, I need batteries, I don't care about the brand, you know, do like I do in a restaurant, read the menu right to left, and it's like, I'm going for the cheap one. And, you know, that's fine. Like, you know, and so, like some people really do care about that, you know, and if you're, I don't know, if you're working on a film set or something like that, and you need to make sure that they maintain a charge, or you need to make sure that they are reliable enough, you know, maybe you really do care, and you rent the more expensive one because you can't shoot without it. Like a lot of these things, you know, depend on context. But yeah, in the case of the game, like the most natural thing in the world, right, is this has this label, I attach it to this label, we're good to go. But the difference between like feeling like the game is feeling that the game is impossible and being like, oh, this is true. You know, I have 3 elements of the soul and I've got 11, you know, a level 11 room challenge in front of me. This is a piece of cake. Like the way that you get to that point is basically by, again, having that very literal interpretation of what the game permits. And there can be some ways that you can sort of role-playing justify it as well. But again, it's one of those things that sometimes you only appreciate after playing the game for a bit. So, anyways. I think I still want a marrow. Although potatoes might be nice too. Hey, I wanted the pale marrow. I mean, I could try and get a second one, but let's move the floating island. This is the marrow shelf. I actually don't think I've cooked the golden marrow yet. Not that I will overnight, but... Alright, floating island. Where can I put you? It's... In a pinch, I can put it on the shelf by the wines. Alright, it'll do. Now, it's quite late here. I've actually gone an hour and a half over. So here's the deal. I am slightly inclined to save the Salom for the... Have you ever gotten a soft amber pumpkin? I feel like it's impossible. I'm trying to remember. I have definitely gotten more than one. So this is the soft amber pumpkin that I found in the pantry. I'm trying to remember though if I got this out of a box or if I got this out of the sack of vegetables. Now the thing is, from the description of the soft amber pumpkin, like I believe if you consume this, or maybe if you make something with it, it's definitely there's a strong indication that this thing is full of honey. I've not been able to see some kind of connection between the beehive and the pumpkin. But there is a side of me that wonders, is there something that I can do to like put the honey in the pumpkin? Specifically like the cuckoo honey in the pumpkin. So that's kind of an open question that I've had. And again, like trying to do it the old fashioned way. So if I just take like an amber pumpkin, well, I guess I couldn't because of the, I don't have any elements in the soul. But yeah, I haven't found a way to reliably get a soft amber pumpkin, Bonkles, but I have definitely, I've definitely gotten more than one, although I'm trying to remember if I got it from a sack of vegetables or not. Oh, fresh and hearty. Okay, so I just ate the vegetables rather than... I think Oswin was saying she was trying to avoid that. So even if you are experienced in the game, yeah, don't you hate it when you reach into a bag of vegetables and you want to identify what you've got and you just jam it in your mouth? It's kind of like when you play, I don't know, like Fallout, and it's like, okay, I just want to pick up this ammunition that's in the toilet. Oh, nope, I'm drinking out of that toilet. The keys are right next to each other. It's an easy mistake to make. Okay, so I do apologize. I know I've been streaming quite late, and I do need to make sure that I... yeah, I did want to free up some space, but I wanted to free up some space in the form of vegetables. But yeah, so here's the thing. Like, I do want to send out the invitations for the, like, it's not perfect. I only have 2 core, 3 Arab, but like, I've got a fighting chance to like have a good salon. So I'm thinking that maybe we start off the stream with a salon. I could probably try and put a few more of these in, but I feel like we've got enough to get started. But does everybody feel okay with me maybe starting? The only thing is I know people like to kind of shuffle in for the stream, so I may also be making it so that the big event doesn't happen right away. If nothing else, we're definitely gonna send out the invitations. So stamp, envelope, send. I figure I can also probably open the package here. Okay, thank you everyone. I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. Now, Bunkles, I don't recall if you have played Cultist Simulator, so I'm sure if you have, you've seen Mr. Ecdistis in A Foggy Day. That would normally be pretty helpful in terms of memories. But yeah, I'm sure if you've played the Dancer DLC. You played a little yet? Okay, yeah, no, he's in the Dancer DLC. So I will confess, I am really looking forward to this. I believe this is the last of the salon rooms that I've unlocked that I have not hosted one in yet. So an eccentric or at least atmospheric choice of venue for a salon. Here one might have 11sies in the morning or afternoon tea later in the day. Neither event should include any intoxicating drinks. Okay, so that's actually good that I went all tea. I think at some point I was thinking of doing... I think I was putting Eigengrau in there at some point, but yeah. We will have a 5-person salon. We're inviting Peter Ecdistis, Connie Lee, Zachary Wakefield, Arthur Moore, Lala Kaima, and they will be enjoying a boiled egg croquettes, onion soup, roast beef, not cake, Cater and Hero Second Flush Assam tea, Witching Tisane, and Blue Crown tea. The Hall of Voices. Here, the higher initiates of the threefold mysteries would meet to manage the affairs of the Black Dove and to resolve its disputes. Here they voted to blind and expel the chorates of the Thunderskin, who had trespassed in the inner chambers and spied on the mysteries. From that time on, the rites of the Thunderskin were not permitted on the isle, and the sacred drums fell silent. But the waves still beat in the bones of the rock, even now that the slow pulse comes. Now, there's a couple of options that I have. So it does say that we can meet for 11sies, afternoon tea. Oh, actually, so it doesn't say evening. We may just go as early as we can. But yeah, like I said, this is probably the last salon room. Well, it's the last one that I'm aware of. And then from there, of course, we'll try and turn those lessons into upgrades. We're definitely later in the season than I was expecting. But given that I've more or less resolved how I'm going to handle the Tree of Wisdoms, we're not guaranteed to overcome every challenge during the salon, but I feel like we've got a fighting chance. We've got sort of... Our lowest is Core with 2. Core and Shapt with 2. Most things we've got 3 or 4, so you know, again, there's no guarantees, but we've got a stacked roster. We've got a bunch of good food here. I think we're going to have a good time. It'll be interesting. And then from there, we can start making some decisions. I think probably what I want to do at this point is I have enough books that I haven't read that I want to get a good idea in terms of just how far I can take the things in my set of skills. Like I kind of want to see how far I can take these without any external interventions. And I'm thinking probably the way that I want to handle this is, as long as I'm feeling reasonably comfortable with the salons, there will be 2 priorities that I have for the Tree of Wisdoms. So as long as I feel I have enough elements of the soul, my first priority is going to be to get that last point of Horamachistry. I think in this case here, I might take a chance and put Inks of Power in position 4. It's lower than I would normally want, but I think I'll be able to. I think I'll be able to get over it. We'll see. I still haven't made a firm decision on that yet. The only thing is, like, I'm trying to think where I get my Porphyryne. And that one I don't actually have a good answer for yet. So yeah, Horamachistry is one that I want to get a higher level on. Also, I want to get Sickle and Eclipse up to 7. That's because that gets me access to Skolakosophy, and then at that point we're making clear decisions in terms of what we want to put into the Tree of Wisdoms. Now, there's a couple things that I want to do in terms of avoiding going too far. Sorry, there's 2 in Horamachistry, because then I can put something into Ithistry. Now, one thing that's important for me right now is I don't necessarily, as soon as I find something at like 5 in terms of skills, I don't necessarily want to commit that right away. Because I'm at a point now where I can start breaking up my skills and using the many-faceted lessons to level things up even further. And I think given the fact that I have a lot of skills that are currently at level 2, this will be a great way for me to just raise the overall floor of the skills that I have and get them to those points where they need to be on the Tree of Wisdoms. So I want to be reasonably good at committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms, but it's no longer going to be the main priority in terms of what I try to do. What I will also try to do, so number one, I want to try and get things... number one, I want to try and make the most of the existing books that I have. I'm at the point now where I should be using those books to get lessons, and lessons that will be giving me things that let me meaningfully progress along the lines of certain skills. So a really good example here is I'm talking about, well, it's not like I need more moon. Well, actually, I do need more moon. I need Sickle and Eclipse, and so some of my options here, if I take... there was Rhyme and Remembrance is actually a good example here. So Exercises in the Continuity of Self, the Deeds of the Scarred Captain, that would allow me to move up Sickle and Eclipse. We've got, any number of options here. So something like the Deeds of the Scarred Captain, combine that with the High Traditions of the Noble Endeavor. There we go. We've got everything that we need to bring Sickle and Eclipse up to the level that we need to be able to access Skolakosophy, and with very little effort, right? That's not those are 2 books I should be able to read in the same period. So basically making those decisions, but those decisions are not necessarily going to be about committing them to the Tree of Wisdoms. Those are nice to haves. They're something that I want to continue working on, but it's not something that is my number 1 priority. The number 1 priority will actually be to get those skills that give me certain aspects leveled up. So for instance, I believe I wanted to get Preliminal Meter up to 8 at Ithistry. Preliminal Meter is currently 2. So what I would like to do if I can is take as many Nock and Rose memories as I can and just push those up to try and push those up to get preliminal meter to that higher level. And it's a bit of a self-reinforcing one, right? Because the more I move up preliminal meter, the more memories of preliminal meter I actually get. So this is definitely one of these cases where if I can, I want to be putting in that effort to be able to get the skills that I don't yet have at sort of a level of mastery. I want to get those done because now I have all of the languages. In fact, one other thing I should do here, I don't have enough shelf space for all of them, but did I have any overflow? Oh yeah, I do actually have some overflow. Okay, I actually have a lot more than I thought. But yeah, essentially what I want to do is I want to get to this point where I say, okay, you know, I don't have any questions as to whether or not I'm going to be able to read, you know, the stuff on my list. Right? It's like I'm picking what book I want to read because I'm interested in reading that book, not because it's the only one I think I can read. All right. Well, I guess the Manner of Deeds of Serpents is gonna just sit there on its own. And realistically, I should probably move the Naveen Parchment somewhere else, but that's a tomorrow me problem. But yeah, so I think the plan on that, so I think the ones that I was short on was like Moth, Rose, Forge, Lantern, and Knock. So the Rose, the preliminal meter will handle the Rose, Solutions and Separations handles the Moth and the Knock. And honestly, Forge and Lantern aren't that bad. Like Disciplines of the Scar and Transformations and Liberations have kind of handled what I need. So, you know, I can get by with those. And then if I need another element of the soul, I've not yet committed Crack Track. I'll level that up to level 2, but the decision as to whether it goes to Illumination or Preservation, I haven't quite decided that yet. I am slightly inclined towards... yeah, we still have space in Preservation. I'm slightly inclined towards Preservation, but not religiously so. But again, more mysteries for a future playthrough. Thank you everybody for hanging out. I enjoyed doing this. Obviously enjoyed it enough to ruin my sleep for tomorrow. I want to get some honey. Some bee honey. Work bee honey. I will be back on Friday to continue this particular playthrough. And we will start the Salon. Just a reminder, next week's going to be a little bit of a weird one. So it's Canadian Thanksgiving. So Canadian Thanksgiving is October for us. So I'm going to have the Monday off. Normally I take Mondays off, or normally I take holidays off because if I don't, then it winds up feeling like I've just worked a different job on the holiday. And that just translates into me feeling quite a bit more tired and like it just kind of, it really starts to drag me down. So where I can, I try and preserve the energy and the enthusiasm for streaming by making sure my holidays are proper holidays. The one small inconvenience is that next week, where normally I guess in this case I wouldn't normally be streaming. So the third Wednesday of the week, and in this case it's a weird one because it's like Wednesday was early in the month. So next week is already the third Wednesday of the week, which I can't believe. But that is normally when the local game dev community puts together a gathering. I always like trying to show support during that, and I actually may have something to show off for this week. So that's a long way of saying I will actually also be off on Wednesday. And again, I did not set the holidays. That's just how it happened. So I will be back Friday, and then I will be back the following Friday. So third Wednesday of the month. So it gives me a reason not to stream 2 hours late, I guess. But yeah, I try and I used to be bad at remembering the Canadian holidays, and I always felt bad when I wouldn't let people know what like I wanted to try and give people like nice advance notice, because I've been very inconsistent with the starts, and so where I can, I want to try and let people know what the plans are. Not that I expect you to remember throughout the week what my plans are, but yeah, I'm not wanting to stream at all right now, actually. So good night, everybody. I don't have anybody to raid, so I'll leave it there, and I'll see you Friday. Bye.